Good afternoon, everybody. I'm calling the regular meeting of the Planning Commission to order for June 6, 2019, and welcome all. Ms. Gu, would you call roll, please?
Here we go. Chair Wiscombe.
Here.
Vice Chair Jordan.
Here.
Commissioner Campanella.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Here.
Commissioner Thompson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Gu. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 2, preliminary matters. 2A, requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of X agenda items. Ms. DeBusk?
Chair Wiscombe, we have none.
Okay, thank you. And how about announcements and appeals?
No announcements, no appeals.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're moving on to item 2C, review and consideration and action on the following draft Planning Commission minutes, and these are the minutes from the May 2nd, 2019 meeting.
Move to approve as corrected.
Second. Madam Chair, I'll be abstaining since I was absent on May 2nd.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Thompson, second by, I think, Commissioner Lodge? And Commissioner Jordan? Both, yeah. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And one abstention by Commissioner Schwartz. Okay. Item 2D. So 2D is comments from members of the public pertaining to items not on the agenda today. Do we have anyone? I don't have any speaker slips. Do we have anyone that's here to speak on an item not on the agenda? Okay. Seeing no one, I will close general public comment and we'll move on to item number 3, which is new items. 3A is the application of Christine Perrone, architect for Sanctuary Centers, property owner at 115 West Anapamu Street, general plan designation, commercial high-density residential, for a community benefit project requesting an exception to the 45-foot height limit pursuant to Santa Barbara Municipal Code 30.140.100B. And
Madam Chair?
yes, okay. I've read the item in, and we do have, yes, Commissioner Thompson.
I will recuse myself as I am a member of the Santa Barbara Club and have an equity interest in the property immediately adjacent to the south.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Campanella?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll be stepping down as well. I'm on the board of Garden Court, Inc., which is the adjacent property to the applicant's property.
Okay, thank you. So we'll see you both back here in a while. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will have a presentation from Mr. Baumann with staff, and then we will have a presentation from Ms. Perrone, and then we will have any questions from the commission to either one of them as we go along, and then we'll open it up to public comment. And we have quite a few speaker slips. So I think that's go. Oh, here comes some more. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Mr. Baumann, go ahead. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Chair Wiscombe and Commissioners. This item is at 115 West Anapamu Street, and it's sort of a unique hearing for the Planning Commission where it's a request for a decision on an exception to the height limitation for building height. Sanctuary Centers proposed is a mixed-use building approximately 59 feet tall, and it would need this exception to the height limitation to exceed the 45-foot height limit without the exception. The project is located in the downtown neighborhood between West Anapamu Street and West Figueroa, De La Vina, Chapala. And this map layer shows building footprint outlines, and it shows I drew in the rectangle for the proposed building in red, so you can see how it's situated on that block. So it's a project for Sanctuary Centers. It's a mixed-use building that contains, they're proposing 34 affordable studio apartment units and some 2 floor levels, a basement level and ground floor level, containing a co-occurring disorders center, medical and dental clinic, offices, meeting rooms, providing mental health and support services for residents. I think I pretty well went through it. A basement level carport and uncovered parking next to the building. It is designated as a community priority project. The City Council took an action on that on April 30th. It's in the CG, Commercial General Zone, and the Priority Housing Overlay. The proposed uses are allowed in the zone. And it's proposed under the Average Unit Size Density Incentive Program in the Priority Housing Overlay area. This is a site plan. Anapamu Street, West Anapamu would be to the left, and the building on the left is the existing 2-story, 8-unit apartment building. And then where the proposed building would sit is an existing surface parking lot, and toward the rear of that site are 2 existing bungalows. One is currently serving as a clinic. There are alleyways on each side of the site. At the top of the screen on the east side is a private alley that's existing, but it would propose to remain there to be used for access to the site for parking. And the rear of that alleyway kind of curves around and takes up the whole south end of the property, and that would be used for surface parking. And then on the west side, there's an existing public alley, city-owned alley, that's got several different types of utilities running through it and utility easements. So the applicant is working with city staff and Public Works to acquire ownership of that public alley. The city doesn't have a use for it, and they would retain the necessary easements for all the utilities that are in place there. So proposed, and existing on that side is also a driveway coming into the same parking lot, but that driveway would be eliminated and replaced with landscaped areas and pedestrian paseos, walkways, etc., on top of the utility easement area. I've got excerpts from the applicant's package. I have these slides here for reference. I plan to let the architect describe the project in detail, so these slides are here for reference, but just to quickly mention them. A basement completely below ground would have exam rooms and offices, etc., all non-residential. And then the ground level floor plan, more non-residential, group therapy, co-occurring disorders offices, bike parking, laundry, mechanical, that sort of thing, the trash enclosure, and carport spaces tucked under the building on the east side.
I'm just going to interrupt for 1 minute. I'm sorry. There's seating here up front, and unfortunately, the overflow room, room 15, is going to be used for for a staff meeting, so we can't open that up. But there are a few seats up here. Thank you.
Okay. So moving up, the second floor is where the apartment levels begin. So it's all apartments, studio apartments on the second floor, plus or minus 400 square foot unit size. The third floor is exactly the same as the second floor. The fourth floor has a little bit larger studio apartments, plus or minus 550 square foot, with also a common living area for more of a communal living arrangement on the fourth floor. And then a fifth floor with 4 apartments, a little over 500 square foot unit sizes. And then the roof plan. This would be the 5th floor roof area, and the 4th floor, 1 level below. And some elevation drawings. I'll let the architect cover this, but this is the elevation facing West Anapamu behind the existing 8-unit building on the site. And the east elevation facing towards Chapala Street with a couple of Chapala Street buildings, including the 1123 building in front of this, shaded, sort of or hatched or shaded in gray. We've received public comment from those people. South elevation, west elevation. This building shaded in the foreground here, this is sort of facing toward Delavina Street. That's the Garden Court building in the foreground. And then the building section showing the basement and the 5 levels above. And one thing maybe worth touching on this slide, where it says level 5, that line right along this top of the ceiling joist for the 4th floor, that is about 43 feet. So there may be a question of what could be done if the project was constrained to the 45-foot height limit. And it looks to me like with the roof design they're proposing, with the tile sloped roof, that would not fit under 45 feet. But the architect can answer questions on that if you have any, as to what would be feasible at 45 feet. So this project with the request for the exception to the height limit has kind of a different procedure that's called out in the municipal code. Staff started doing pre-application review team review of the project back in, I guess, early 2017. We did 2 rounds of pre-application review team. And the project recently went to concept review at the Architectural Board of Review. Those meeting minutes are attached to your staff report. The review procedure for this request to the height limitation calls for a concept pre-application consultation review by the ABR prior to this hearing by the Planning Commission. It also went to City Council and was designated a community benefit project for the new non-residential floor area. So it is a designated community benefit project. Today in the red text is the hearing that we're holding now for the request for this exception to the height limit. And following today's hearing, the applicant would submit for development application review team. So it's a little unusual that we're having a hearing like this, and the step following this would be an actual submittal of a formal application. So technically we're still in the pre-application review stage. And then the ordinance for this height exception has required findings that must be made by the commission. And we provided the actual quote of each finding straight from the ordinance in the staff report, and some staff analysis, kind of long paragraphs or a few paragraphs of each. The text I've put on here is just kind of a quick summary of that, so I don't have to read the couple of pages of staff report. So one of the findings is the demonstrated need. The applicant has adequately demonstrated a need for the project to exceed 45 feet in height that is related to the project's benefit to the community, or due to site constraints, or in order to achieve desired architectural qualities. So as Sanctuary Centers explains to us, there is a large unmet need in the community for facilities like this that they provide, and the housing that the project will provide. All the floors of the building, even the basement level and the first floor, the whole building provides community benefit, and all the floors contribute to the building height. The project, with the site constraints of those alleys, has a side benefit of providing ground level open space and landscaping, and the architecture has this traditional roof design with a sloped tile roof, characteristic of the Spanish colonial revival style for Santa Barbara, that also contributes to building height and helps to achieve desired architectural qualities. So the second finding is that the project will be exemplary in its design, and the proposed style is consistent with the city's Hispanic tradition and the adjacent El Pueblo Viejo. The neighboring buildings that front on Chapala Street are in El Pueblo Viejo, so the eastern property line of this project is the boundary for EPV. So the project's adjacent to it. Not saying it has to be consistent or conforming to the EPV guidelines, but it does that. This architectural firm, Cornell Collective, is very experienced in Santa Barbara doing large projects or sort of public projects in downtown. The project will undergo design review by the ABR. They just had that initial pre-application review, but they'll have full review at several hearings, I'm sure, by the ABR, all contributing to ensuring exemplary design as required by that finding. There's a finding on livability. It says, if the project includes residential units, the project will provide amenities to its residents which ensure the livability of the project with particular attention to good interior design features such as amount of light and air or ceiling plate heights. And this project, of course, with all the non-residential floor area kind of tailored to the residents, it does that kind of uniquely for this special resident population. The residential floors have 8-foot ceiling plate heights, which are kind of minimal, or they're adequate, but they're not excessive or contributing any excessive building height. There are ample windows. The units either have 2 windows or 1 extra large window for light and air. And the building is set back, like we mentioned earlier, from surrounding buildings. And the next finding, and the last finding, is sensitivity to context. The project design will complement the setting and the character of the neighboring properties with sensitivity to any adjacent federal, state, and city landmarks or any nearby designated historic resources, including city-designated structures of merit. So that finding, the wording is a little bit heavy on historic resources, so I consulted with our city urban historian, Nicole Hernandez, and she helped me draft the paragraph that's in the staff report, how the project is sensitive to the historic resources. 125 West Anapamu Street is the closest one. The Santa Barbara Club is another designated resource. The building is not on any streetscape. It's located behind other multi-story buildings. That was the main reason our historian didn't think it would have any impact on the historic resources, chiefly because it's behind them. It's sensitive and complementary to adjacent historic buildings. We mentioned how it kind of mimics or has similar fenestration and architectural style, and the roof design with the wide eave overhangs in that Spanish style. And the project's basement and its small average unit size help to reduce the building volume, given that the program that they're trying to accomplish with this building. Under the average unit size density incentive program for this proposal, the average unit sizes would not be able to exceed 811 square foot average unit. And this project's 458 average, so much smaller than what would be allowed. Although, of course, they're proposing twice as many units under bonus density. This hearing today, although it's pre-application, it still requires environmental review because it's a discretionary decision by the Planning Commission. But we find it's categorically exempt per CEQA section 15183. And that section 15183, that's for projects that are consistent with a kind of tiering off the city's approved general plan environmental impact report. The project wouldn't have any project-specific impacts beyond what's anticipated in that general plan environmental impact report. And the finding this CEQA exemption does require a finding by the Planning Commission. We'll cover that again in your findings, and it's in the findings section of the staff report. And then when we begin to review the formal application submittal and DART review, following that we'll do another environmental review of the formal application submittal. So following today's hearing, like I mentioned, it would be another application for staff review. We still have some some questions and issues to resolve on the project site and ownership and acquiring the alley that we mentioned, and figuring out what type of process would be required for this level of residential density. Some sort of density bonus is anticipated. It looks like it would be beyond what's allowed under the state density bonus program and would be under the city density bonus program. We'll do more analysis of the uses on site, the employees, et cetera, the functions and the people needed and the traffic, et cetera, and parking necessary, because they are requesting a parking modification to not provide any residential parking. And there will be additional conceptual design review by the ABR, more environmental review. And then it'll be back again to the Planning Commission for a hearing for a decision on a development plan for this new non-residential floor area. And most likely a lot area modification under the city density bonus program. That's a way of getting higher residential density, is to do what's called a lot area modification to get the units per acre that they're proposing, and a parking modification. Those would be coming back before the Planning Commission. And then after Planning Commission approval, return to ABR for formal project design and final approvals. A voluntary lot merger, probably with that public alley, and building permits. So staff's recommendation is that Planning Commission consider the findings in Municipal Code Section 30.140 100B1 that we just covered, those 4 findings. And staff's position is that the project's benefit to the community, its architectural quality, the amenities for its residents, and sensitivity to context, particularly being located behind the other buildings on the block, warrants granting the exception to the 45-foot height limit in the CG zone. And also a reminder to make that CEQA exemption finding. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm a little bit concerned about people standing in the aisles here just for safety's sake. If you can squeeze in a little bit and let some of these people sit down, I would greatly appreciate it. There may not be enough seats for everybody, but getting people out of the aisles is really important. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. That's much better. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Baumann. We're moving on to Ms. Perrone. You're going to present, and welcome. We'll give you a minute to get set up here.
Do I press it? Okay.
You just introduce yourself when...
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Marty Levy. I am the Chair of the Board of Directors of Sanctuary Center Santa Barbara, a nonprofit who has been providing services to people with mental illness for over 40 years in our community. I want to introduce who's here with me today: Barry Shore, our Chief Executive Officer and President, and Christine Perrone, our project architect from the Canal Collective. My 32-year career with the University of California was first spent planning facilities for the health sciences at UC Irvine. From 1989 to 2010, I oversaw over 30 building projects, major building projects, land use plans, and major property acquisition for UC Santa Barbara. Retirement, which has been a wonderful part of my life right now, has provided me the opportunity to become involved with outstanding organizations like Sanctuary Centers. We at Sanctuary Centers are dedicated to providing the treatment and services necessary for people with mental illness to live healthy, productive, and independent lives. For over 35 years, Barry Shore and his amazing staff continually evaluate the services that we need to achieve our mission. Part of that involves looking at what the gaps are that in our services as well as in our community, and looking at how best we can fill those or partner to fill the gaps. The project before you is our solution to meeting the needs of our clients and the critical needs of our community. Affordable, supportive housing for persons with mental illness, affordable and accessible medical and dental care, and expanded treatment space for persons with mental illness and substance abuse. I want to just take a few minutes to tell you about the process we used to arrive at our proposed project. This entailed evaluating first our existing facilities to determine if they could meet any of these needs. They cannot. All of our facilities are at maximum capacity. Financial feasibility was an important consideration. Our original plan was to build 42 units of housing, but due to federal space requirements for the clinic, as well as site constraints, we reduced that number to 34, the lowest possible, and still make the project financially feasible. To temporarily meet the needs for medical and dental care and expanded treatment space, we renovated 2 of the old cottages on our site. I think you can see them. They're the small buildings towards the back of the site. So in one of these facilities, we renovated for the Integrated Care Clinic, which is a collaboration with the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic. The other we renovated for our co-occurring disorders program. Both of these facilities are now beyond their capacity. As part of our process, we also analyzed the following options: leasing space, purchasing, or building a new building. Because we own the land that is adjacent to our existing outpatient and apartment facilities, the option that was most cost-effective and best met our program needs was to build our own building using donor funding. So our proposed building project does indeed maximize the available site, but that's not to achieve financial profit. It's to achieve maximum community benefit while being financially sustainable. Since purchasing our property on Anapamu Street in the 1990s, we have been fortunate to have wonderful neighbors. As an example, our clients volunteer at Garden Court, and residents at Garden Court make use of our new integrated care clinic. We have been meeting with our neighbors and with our own clients to keep them informed and work with them on mitigating the impacts of our project, and we will continue to do so. We fully understand that change is difficult. I'm now pleased to introduce Christine Perron, our project architect. I've worked with many architects, and I can tell you Christine is among the very best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I failed to tell you that we usually give 20 minutes for presentations. Is that going to be, we're down to about 16 minutes now.
I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair Wiscombe and Commissioners. I will move quickly. Maybe not.
I'm not going to hold that against you.
I'm going to go directly to this slide and explain a little bit about the site. Here's our site. This is the existing 2-story structure that's on the site, the 2 bungalows that Marty alluded to that we will be demolishing. Sanctuary Centers owns this adjacent 3-story apartment complex, and they also own that lovely green Victorian here on the corner. This is Garden Court. Many of you are familiar with it as affordable.
May I interrupt you for
Yes.
1 minute? Is this, Mr. Baumann, would you be able to point to what she's pointing to on your computer or not? Because we can't see.
You can't see the
TV
of
screens
course.
do not pick up those pointers. So is there any way?
That's her laptop computer.
That's my laptop.
a different computer.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So we don't really have another way to do this. Okay, we're going to have to get a very large pointer in here, so one that goes all the way over there. Okay, sorry to interrupt you. Go right ahead.
I will just try to be descriptive. So,
I would appreciate that. Yeah.
okay. So what I just brought up there was the proposed footprint, and we are proposing to keep that front story, two-story building. And here shows, what we're proposing to do for the site, which I will go into more detail about. But what I wanted to talk about a little bit was the site constraints that we do have. And this is in your package, and it shows that the area in green that is called out as B, that's a private alley that Sanctuary Centers has rights to, and we're going to be maintaining use of that for our vehicular access and for parking as it's used currently. The area in white is the parcel, and then there is that area strip in purple, and then the one in blue that are the orphan strip and the public alley that we're looking to work with the city on acquiring. So now what you can see is the area we have available to us is that area in pink and utilizing that vehicular drive and parking. We've talked about the two-story apartments, and we've looked at many different iterations for this design. And one of the things, of course, we looked at is, was there any advantage to demolishing that front building and building closer to the street? And what we realized is, one, Sanctuary Centers had just made a major investment in making improvements with the help of the city on that building. There's currently 8 apartments, affordable apartments there, that we would have to displace those residents. And lastly, the cost of doing it. We would be demolishing 8 apartments, and the reality is we'd be spending $1 million to replace 8 apartments without much other advantage. So we thought it the best choice to keep that in place. We are looking to demolish those 2 back bungalows. Now, some of the constraints that happen with maintaining a building are building code issues, and I'm not going to go into detail, but we need to hold back from an egress stair for building code. And then we'll be holding back from garden court, a typical zoning amount of 10 feet for light and air between the 2 buildings. So what you can see is the available kind of developable area that we have. And that's what you see, what we ultimately provided is a footprint that fit within that development area, keeping that existing drive on the upper part of the screen, the parking on the right. And we turned the alleyway on the other side of the building, on the west side of the building, into more of a pedestrian paseo. That will become the main kind of entry towards this back building. I think we've already talked a lot about what's happening here, so I will go through these quickly. But one is the Co-occurring Disorder Center, and we're going to be locating that on the ground floor. That's the area in blue. You also see a community room in yellow and a laundry. That's to the benefit not only of these new proposed residents, but that will be to the benefit of the entire Sanctuary Anapumu campus. And then, of course, just support uses, the utility uses. Then there's going to be the medical dental clinic, and it will be an integrated care clinic. That's a federally qualified clinic with requirements associated with that. We are proposing that in the basement and looking to expand to 3 medical exam rooms and 3 dental exam rooms. And you'll see quite a bit of support functions associated with those, and those are all required functions for a federally qualified clinic. And then we're providing the 34 homes. And what we're proposing to do on the 2nd and 3rd floor here, you see, are apartments that are studio apartments. And I think you can see the rationale of what happened. You saw the development footprint, and then building code has a lot of restrictions on accessibility and minimum dimensions. And so these wall-to-wall widths are about at their minimum. They're about 16 feet wall-to-wall. So we just fit in at most units we can. That's the point of this, is providing housing. And so that's what you see here. And then on the upper floors, the 4th and 5th floors, we expanded these units a little bit larger. One of the goals that Sanctuary Centers has is accommodating many of their residents who are aging. And their current buildings do not have elevators. And so what they're really looking to do is being able to utilize these this new building for their aging population. And one of the things we wanted to do was provide a little bit larger units to help with that sort of accessibility. What these units are as well, as you'll see in the yellow on the 4th floor, is a community living area. And what we're looking to do is provide people with kind of almost a group living. It's not that they're independent living, they have their own kitchens, but it's more supportive. There'll be 24-hour staff on this floor for these residents. And then you'll see that extends up to the 5th floor where we are proposing 4 more of these type of units. I want to briefly talk a bit about the design inspiration. I love the Baylor Building by Julia Morgan, and you're going to see a lot of those elements in the design. And these are buildings in our community that are 50 to 60 feet high. The Canary Hotel, the Hotel Californian. And what you see in all of these, on the upper floor is a loggia. You'll see those wrought iron balconies. And in the design that we're proposing, that's what we're looking at here as well. Those sweeping deep eaves with red tile roof. Loggia type expression up on the 5th level, the wrought iron balconies, and the kind of symmetry and proportion that you see in a traditional Italian Mediterranean building. And I think we've looked at these with Tony, so I'm going to skip through these a little more quickly and talk a little bit about that 5th floor. You see on the left side is our proposed building in the area that's the 5-story here. And then you'll see the Lobero building, the Baylor building there in the middle, and how much smaller our 5th floor is, even from these buildings that we see in town. And then if I superimpose that area onto the Canary Hotel, it's not even 25%. So although 5 floors, it's a very small footprint. And back to the inspiration photos. What I want to do to explain how well this project fits into this site is we have a quick animation, and we're going to walk up De La Vina Street, up Anapamu, down Chapala, and then we're going to go on Figueroa Street back to where we started. So here we are, we're walking the wrong way up De La Vina Street, and we're coming up on that garden court structure that I think we all know. And here's where you're really first going to see the building, and this is probably the biggest glimpse you see. It's deeply internal to the site. And once we get to the corner, again, it's eclipsed by the surrounding 3-story buildings. We're coming up to the site. You see the 2-story. And that building is hardly seen as we go past. You get glimpses of it. We come up here to the corner of Chapala and Anapamu. And you're going to see, because of the scale of those buildings at 3 and 4 stories, that we just don't see the building. And it gets so boring, I put it in a big dog. And so we're coming up here on Santa Barbara Club, and we're going to turn the corner, and you're going to see down the parking lot. And here, that building is back 200 feet. So again, it sits very much in scale with the rest of the building at that distance. And then we come back to the corner again.
What happened to the very big dog?
So now we did a few photo simulations, and you'll see we have 3 there at the Garden Court parking lot, because that's such a prominent view. We have a view looking down what will be the pedestrian paseo, a view at Chapala and Anapamu, and then again at Santa Barbara Club's parking lot. So here we are at one corner of the Garden Court, and you see that we can barely see that building. Here we are looking squarely down their parking lot. And this is the most prominent view that you see. But we're within the context of a 3-story buildings around us, so that our structure kind of steps up from the surrounding context. And then you go a couple steps over, and you're back to not being able to see the building much. Here we are at the alleyway next to the yellow building is the 2-story on site. And that's what you would see back behind that building with the improvements of a pedestrian paseo and landscaping. Here's the corner of Chapala and Anapamu, and you can just barely see the building back there. And finally, here we are at the Santa Barbara Club parking lot, and again, that's what you see tucked way back there and in the block. This is some reference heights so that you can see. I'll go through that quickly. And then we have been working quite a bit with our neighbors, and do have the good fortune of having Garden Court next to us, but we've been talking with the other neighbors, and one is the property here you see on Chapala Street, And they had some concerns about solar shading. And although the city does not have any ordinance for commercial solar shading, we did want to show them that we thought that what we were proposing would not be a significant impact to them. So we wanted to share that with you quickly. So here we are, 1129 Chapala. And this is winter solstice, and that green line you see there, that's kind of those existing trees, those existing beautiful jacarandas. So this is probably the worst winter solstice. At 2:45 late in the day, we start to see shading, but it's wintertime, so it's going to be completely dark in an hour anyway. So here at spring-fall equinox, it's closer to the end of the business day that you start to see significant shading. There it's at 4:40. And then summer solstice, it's 6 p.m., and you can see we've hardly even hit their building with ours. And I think I've indicated that on some of the earlier slides. The two building faces are 40 feet apart. That's close to a small private street. So finally, I just wanted to address the findings. I think that you understand that we need to be a benefit to the community. I think it would be hard pressed to say that Sanctuary Center's efforts in our community were not a benefit. We have site constraints for accomplishing this program. I like to think it's exemplary in design, and I look forward to modeling this after Julia Morgan, one of my heroes. Livability, I think Tony adequately addressed that. We are providing quite a few amenities for these residents. And then sensitivity to context. I think our urban historian has already spoken to that. She believes we sit within that community, and I think that we are being sensitive both in our design and in how we've scaled that 5-story to make it sit beautifully with the neighborhood. And that's the end of my presentation, but we're going to conclude with Barry Shore, who's the executive director at Sanctuary Centers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perone. Welcome, Mr. Shore.
Can you tell me how much time I have?
Yes, it should be right up there. You've got
3 minutes.
4 minutes. Is
Okay.
that enough time for you?
If I could get a minute or two,
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
thank
Yeah.
you. But feel free to shut the mic off when you've had enough.
We don't do that to people, no.
Chair Wiscombe, members of the commission, nearly 45 years ago, I left my job at Bellevue Hospital in New York City, got in my car and drove to Santa Barbara for a job on the psychiatric unit at Cottage Hospital. I'm sorry. What did I know about Santa Barbara? Not much. I knew it was in the promised land, as we called California, and I knew the rent was cheap. So I thought, this is a good deal. I came here. I wrote a letter 6 months after I moved here to my friend in New York City who couldn't understand why I was living here. And I said, this is a real community. You can make a difference here. You can't do that so easily in New York City. I signed up for every committee, every commission. I volunteered. I actually wrote grants for the West Side Clinic back then for free as a volunteer. And I came to Sanctuary in 1983, and my two loves came together. My love of working with these folks and my love of working with this community and giving back my love. In 1989, Mayor Lodge may remember, we came before the city council because we purchased our first facility on West Valerio Street, and we were going to open our residential treatment facility there. Picketers blocked our construction workers day and night. Petitions were here. Dozens of people came out to that hearing, but we came out with our supporters, and what happened then was the council gave us a unanimous approval and said, we need you in this community. We have continued to do that. Never once did we want to become a landlord or a housing developer. That's not what we do. But every time a client graduated from our residential programs and tried to rent an apartment in this community, sorry, we really don't want you in our building. Stigma was alive and well back in the 80s and 90s. And if you think stigma went away, last week, we tried to rent some office space across the street on West Anapamu from where our buildings are, where they've had a sign up for years saying space for rent. I got a letter back saying, sorry, we don't want your use in our building. We looked at your website. It's still alive and well. If we tried to rent space for more housing, we'd be turned down right and left. We were left with no options. So we've built a community on West Anapamu like we did on Valerio Street. We have our partners at Garden Court. They come to us for services. Now we're providing free psychiatric services. No one else in the community is doing that. We opened a partnership clinic, the Integrated Care Clinic. Not only are all our clients who tend to die 25 years younger than the rest of us because of undiagnosed medical conditions doing better and responding to a safe environment for medical and dental, but we're reducing the ambulance visits to Garden Court because if there's a fall over there, if there's an injury, they're coming to the clinic instead of going to Cottage Hospital. We have a robust career development program. Every one of our clients winds up back in school, in a job, in a volunteer job, or in vocational training. They're giving back to this community, and a lot of them are here to show their support for what we've been doing and how much they want this project. But my board always said, and the mayor said, you guys are the best kept secret in town. So 2-3 years ago, Jackson Browne did a series of benefit concerts for us. That was to help give us the seed money for this project. I stood across the street from the Arlington. I looked at the sign that said, Jackson Browne, a benefit concert for Sanctuary Centers, sold out. And I said to everybody, we won't be a best-kept secret anymore. 15 days later, we were back to being a best-kept secret. I guess it took a 5-story building to change us being the best-kept secret. So all I ask of you is let us go back to what we're doing quietly in this community and what we've done for 43 years, contributing to this community and improving lives one at a time. Thank you very much for giving me the extra time.
Thank you very much. So that concludes your presentation. Thank you all very much. It's to the commission. We have a lot of speaker slips, so I'm going to ask you if you have pressing questions. Anyone have really pressing questions, or should we just go right to public comment? Okay. If everyone, I don't see any lights on, so we are going to go to public comment. This is a lot. You get 2 minutes, and if someone yielded their time to you, they must be in the room. And I'll just call one name, and then the next person and the second name, and they can come right up. And if you are saying something, I know there's probably quite a few of you here. I can tell by the badges. There's quite a few of you here supporting the project. So if you're coming up to say what the speaker in front of you said, you can just say, I agree with that, or whatever. So however you want to do it. But you'll each get 2 minutes. I've got to set this. And just so you know, there is a timer up there on the podium so you can see where you are in your time. I don't like to cut people off, but I'm going to have to keep the meeting moving along. Okay, so we'll get going here. John McNary is our first speaker, and followed by Claude DeReyes. Is that right, DeReyes? Okay, to John Gordon. Okay. Okay, so then that'll be, John Dorden. Okay. Okay, good. So that's the second speaker then. Okay, great. Welcome, sir.
Hi, I'm John McNary, and I came to Sanctuary Centers in 92. I got my sobriety there in 93. I had a slip and was given a second chance. Since then, I've got 26 years of sobriety, and I've been through AA and NA and CA and all the other A's, and have picked myself up and got on my feet and got my driver's license back. I have a car now. I'm in 115 West Anapamu, and it doesn't bother me at all to have neighbors, especially in a time of need as the present, because so many people are out on the streets and don't know to do anything else but drink and use. So this is a chance for them too. That's all I'd like to say.
Great. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, John Dorden, or, I'm sorry, Claude, which one of you speaking?
John Dorden.
Okay, sorry. I get confused. And you'll have 4 minutes. I'm going to have to reset this. And you are going to be followed by Rhonda Johansson Karzog. Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is John Dorden, and I am a past president and current member of Santa Barbara Club. We are a neighbor of Sanctuary Center, and we share an 87-foot border, 87 feet. Since Santa Barbara Club is now a recognized historical landmark at the local level and the state level, and most recently the National Register of Historic Places, our membership requires us to speak on their behalf today. Our members are long-term residents of this community and have expressed a variety of opinions on this project, a full spectrum of opinions, I might admit. If the project advances, our membership understands there will be a significant impact on us both during construction and after the final result. Therefore, we are working with Sanctuary Center to mitigate any negative impact while yet supporting a truly worthy cause. We are not yet finalized with Sanctuary Center, as some added data is needed to make official our shared border of 87 feet. We find our property lines derived from the mid-19th century, and they include mention of rows of grapevines in the middle of the block. Those grapevines are long gone. Our concerns are twofold: the construction period, and second, the height of the proposed building and its 5th floor, not the 4th floor, but just the 5th. Both might disrupt our events and daily business by reducing the participation and subsequent revenue. We are, after all, only a small 2-story building, actually constructed in 1904. So the prospect of a 5-story building with a rooftop deck on top of the 59 feet is indeed imposing. We continue to work with Sanctuary Center on both of these concerns. They have agreed to limit Saturday construction so as not to interfere with our Saturday events. They are working with us cooperatively on the design of the elevation facing us. We have read the letters to this commission and can readily understand the comments about the 5th floor breaking the city's established building height. Restrictions on building height are not punitive in nature. They're instead a tool to establish and maintain a public good.
You'll need to wrap up. Thank you.
An orderly, well-situated, architecturally significant. So what we want to know is the Planning Commission is faced with the conflict of 2 public goods. One is, in fact, the orderliness of the urban design, and secondly, the desire to provide a place for a truly worthwhile cause such as Sanctuary Center. So for our part, we do not know how the Planning Commission will decide, but we do know that the decision the Planning Commission makes will have an impact far beyond 115 West Anapamu. It will be used by others. In the meantime,
Thank you.
we do... Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Jordan has a question for you.
Could I just ask you to
Certainly.
further explain a couple of your statements? So you said one of your concerns was the 5th floor, and then you mentioned that the presence of a 5th floor would, I assume, potentially reduce your participation in revenue, but you didn't say why. So I'm just wondering why that would be.
It's because although you didn't see it from the elevations on the street, from our parking lot and from our garden where we have a lot of events, it's a very tall structure now. And it will be imposing depending on what that elevation looks like and what uses they make of that 5th floor. So we're concerned about what the actual 5th floor becomes. That's where it would make an impact to us. Certainly during construction it will.
Well, I'll give you that. But again, just the presence of an imposing 5th floor would cause me as a member not to participate in events?
Some of the members will feel that way. I don't think all the members would feel that way. One of the things we've looked at is if you think about 5 or 10 years from now, you might say the building, if it's finished by then, would certainly almost appear like it's always been there. And we know how that goes. So it's primarily during the construction part and what the composition of that 5th floor is that's,
Okay.
that's a potential bother.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, Rhonda Johansson Karzog, did I say that correctly?
You sure
good.
did.
Okay,
Good
great.
afternoon.
And followed by Brian Catton.
Okay.
Yes, welcome.
I'm very much in favor of the project, and I'd like to just speak briefly as to why. I live in one of the nearby apartment buildings that Sanctuary owns, and when I moved in there 13 years ago, I was a burden on my family and a drain on local resources, basically for mental health issues. Since then, I've flourished. The stable and supportive environment that I live in has allowed me to become a productive member of society again. And I basically have it made, but I look around me in the community and I see a lot of other vulnerable people that could use this type of resource. I think it would be an asset to the neighborhood and to the city in general. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, we've got Brian Catton, followed by, and please forgive me if I don't pronounce your name correctly. I cannot read this. Something Adrian. Kit McMillian. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Brian Caton. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. I'd just like to say, as well as John, I live in the building in 115 West Anapamu that's going to be in front of this building. And I came to Santa Barbara from some other programs throughout the Midwest because of psychiatric issues and to go to the Sanctuary House program. I completed that program and was able to stay in their apartment project in a great apartment that is well maintained, and I happened to get in there just after they had done some major renovations and ended up with a beautiful apartment, which has given me the ability to live in the Santa Barbara area, which I would not have been able to afford on my own had it not been for Sanctuary and for the Housing Authority of Santa Barbara. And I just am very grateful for the Sanctuary program that I went through for its assistance in my development, as well as what I've hopefully been able to give back to the community during my time here. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Okay, Kit McMillian, followed by Mark Carney, and is Richard Six here? There you are. Okay, so you'll get 4 minutes, and you have 2 minutes. Let me just welcome.
Well, welcome. Thank you, Madam Wiscombe. I've been with Sanctuary since about 2000. I came there as an employee, and I came because I really liked the work they do, and I liked my job. I liked working. I liked the philosophy of treatment. And that was as an employee. In 2005, I had a small incident which allowed me to not be working for Sanctuary, but to be living in the apartments. And I must say that that generous gift from the board has served me very well. I'm much better than I was. I can hold down a job, and I'm relatively happy where I am. And I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. Mark Carney, you'll get 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Mark Carney, and I'm an attorney with Riker Pfau here in Santa Barbara. I'm here representing two entities. One is Chapala Land Company, LLC, and the other is Chapala Building Company, LLC. And together, they comprise the ownership of the building, which is commonly known as the BPW building, which is adjacent to this site. First, I want to say that my clients fully support the mission and fully honor the mission of Sanctuary Centers. If we were here today to talk about whether or not we support the mission of Sanctuary Centers, I would be turning to Mr. Shore and asking him for one of those badges that you see on some of the supporters. In fact, if we were here just to discuss whether a 4-story building was appropriate for this project, we would still be standing in line with Sanctuary Centers supporting the project. The problem is the 5th floor. We do not believe that the Planning Commission can make the necessary findings to support the height of this building. as has been told to you a couple of times already, there's findings that are required by law for you to be able to make and for you to be able to support. And those findings are a demonstrated need, an impeccable architecture and design, livability standards which are supportable, and sensitivity to the context of the property. Now, we concede and are confident that the good offices of the Canal Group will provide exemplary design. We have no doubt about that at all. We also are equally confident that between the architect, the interior design, and the sanctuary centers itself, that the project will meet all goals with respect to livability. So we can see that those findings are pretty easy for you to make. The findings which are difficult, if not impossible for you to make, are the other two. And first, the one about demonstrated need. And it's important to focus, the demonstrated need is not the need for the project. The demonstrated need that you have to find is the need for the additional height above 45 feet. In what we've seen so far, it's been a little bit muddy. They've been talking about the demonstrated need for the project, but that's not the focus of your inquiry. The focus of your inquiry and the findings need to be that the extra 14 feet has been demonstrated as necessary for this project, and we simply don't think you can make that finding. Because in order to make that finding, you would have to rule that the extra 4 units that comprise that 4th floor are necessary, that they're needed. And the reality is the existing project right now has a density of 122 units per acre. In order to justify the 5th floor, you would have to conclude that 110 units per acre, which would be the resultant density if you eliminated those four units, that 110 units of density per acre is not sufficient. I don't see how you can make that finding when there hasn't ever been a project, to my knowledge anyway, anywhere close to that kind of density. The density in the biggest density, largest density with respect to the AUD ordinance is 67 units per acre. How can we say that 110 units per acre is not sufficient? It's the 4 units on top that create the need for the 4th floor. So in order to make that finding, you're going to have to say that 110 units per acre is simply not enough as far as the density of the project is concerned. And I don't think you can make that finding in good faith. In addition, the demonstrated need factor requires a showing that every stone was unturned to determine whether or not those additional 4 units could fit elsewhere on the site. We haven't seen evidence of that. We know that ABR member Watkins specifically suggested to the applicant that it go back and see if the 5th floor density could be redistributed somewhere on the site. We haven't seen any evidence that actually happened. So without a showing of that demonstrated need was ferreted out and studied, I don't know how you can make a finding that the need is there.
Your time is up.
Okay. My 4 minutes is up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, Sarah Beechek, and you'll be followed by Pat Wheatley.
Okay, I just have a few things to say. I think it is a stretch.
Could you put the mic? Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
To do this building, and it'll take some getting used to, but I think it's very organized planning and good ideas. And I just wanted to say I'm a client. I've been here also since 2000 about. I just wrote down, it makes it easier to have support when it's right next door. I found it easier living with support here and having structure and finding growth. It's friendly neighbors that have kept me going. And then my mom couldn't make it today. She said, to whom it may concern. Sanctuary Centers has been a vital part of my daughter's recovery and safety. The encouragement and safe environment has kept her out of the hospital and around people who don't judge or look down on her. She gives her time to the library and other volunteer areas. She is growing as a person and cares for others. Because she has family in the area, her medical and financial paperwork has been cared for. If Sanctuary Centers would expand on the medical general help, i.e. paperwork and more places to live, they would be a very big help to the area. I could not come today. as I was in the middle of a local move and old. Thank you for your consideration, Ellen Beachik.
Thank you very much. Okay, Pat Wheatley, followed by Marge Schwartz.
Good
Welcome.
afternoon, Chair Wiscombe and Commissioners. My name is Pat Wheatley. I'm Chairperson of the Santa Barbara City Housing Authority Commission and member of the Board of Directors of Garden Court. I am speaking in strong support of the Sanctuary Center's proposal, proposing 5-story structure for 34 residential apartments, health clinic, and space for treatment and programs for the residents. For many years, Sanctuary has shown itself to be an outstanding partner of services in our community and addressing the needs of individuals with mental health, substance abuse issues, as well as veterans with post-traumatic stress disorders. This program clearly meets the criteria for community benefit. Sanctuary has outreach to the local community, the Housing Authority, Garden Court, and others to explain their proposal and receive feedback. Both the Housing Authority Commission and the Garden Court Board of Directors have unanimously supported this proposal. Having the building in the middle of the block fits well within other structures in the area. We are comfortable with the parking giving populations that most have no personal vehicles. Being in the downtown area, close to public transportation and local businesses, makes this requirement of limited vehicle use appropriate for this site and for the community. The expanded clinic will not only be of large benefit to the residents of Sanctuary, but will also provide increased benefits to the residents of Garden Court and others living in the downtown corridor. We urge your strong endorsement of this much-needed expanded service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Marge Schwartz, followed by Craig Peterson. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. I'd like to say that the minutes that the City Council received from the ABR meeting are inaccurate and do not reflect what was actually transpired at the meeting. At least 3 commissioners were against the project, including Commissioner Watuk. And Watkins said, quote, "The height is too big for the area, will dwarf the area. I can't support increasing the building by 13 feet. Many other concerns were voiced. Therefore, please watch the actual videotape of that meeting, if you haven't already. The plans they submitted say approximately, so we don't actually know what their proposal is. They want the clinic open 7 days a week and nights. A smaller clinic, Kalita, not open every day, not open nights. It says on the website that they serve from 7,000 to 11,000 clients. I feel like this will be too much traffic for the area. Each unit of 500 square feet will probably house more than 1 client, so probably realistically 64 residents, plus the many clinic visitors, yet they only want to provide 9 parking spaces. There is already inadequate parking in the neighborhood. This project, which seems to be getting rushed through by this high rent yet subsidized business, will affect all surrounding businesses, their customers, workforce, as well as all residences in the area. Few people in the neighborhood are even aware of this project, but as soon as they find out, they are against it. The management at 109 West Avenue said it's going to block the sun. The management and the owner is against it. Garden Court residents were not even told about this project. They didn't get notified, so they couldn't go to any meetings. All the ones I talked to don't like this project, and someone said it would remove their privacy, so they're not liking it. And I feel like the vulnerable seniors and clients already at Sanctuary do not need to be taken advantage of. I think that's what's going on here. I think the people that are already at Sanctuary are going to lose out, and I think it will cause havoc and ruin the neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, Craig Peterson, followed by Matthew Lowe. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Craig Peterson. I just wanted to say that I previously opposed this project, but after a few questions were answered, I now support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you send a letter in by any chance?
Yes, I did.
You did. Okay. I'll make note of that then. Thank you so much. Okay. Matthew Lowe, followed by Ellen Jane Lawson. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Lowe. I am speaking on behalf of Home for Good, Santa Barbara County, program partner with United Way, and we are in full support of the supportive housing development that Sanctuary Centers is looking to provide and proposing here. They have been a great source of community support for those in our community dealing with mental health issues, as well as great collaborators in working in our community to make sure all needs are met. We think this will be a great support for our community and will help many people as the support that they need in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ellen Jane Lawson, followed by...
I'm here. May I give my time to Mr. Carney, who did not finish his comments?
No, I'm sorry. It's a little too late to do that.
Too
Well,
late.
I don't even remember. He went over. You want to yield your time. You want him to come back up here.
I do. He is representing us.
Well, you can come back up here. I'll give you a minute and a half. How about that? To finish up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. To the extent that I'm not able to cover everything that I would prefer to, I would like to refer you to the letter that I wrote to all of you and hope that you've had a chance to review it. I had a chance to talk about the one finding that I don't think that the Commission can make. The second finding that I do not believe that the Commission can make is the finding of compatibility and sensitivity to the context. It has to. This building has to complement the setting and character of the neighboring properties. So, and my client owns a neighboring property. So, really not that concerned about whether or not you can see it from the surrounding streets. We're concerned about the impact that it has on the neighboring properties, and that's what the findings require you to be concerned about as well. The building towers over the tallest building in the area. My client's building is 39 feet. This would be 20 feet higher. It would be imposing. It would have an impact on increasing shade and shadow, and on sun decks that are really designed for that purpose. The fact that architectural features are in line with other buildings in the neighborhood doesn't concern us. We're confident that the architecture is going to be fine. But to show iconic buildings that are also 60 feet elsewhere in the community doesn't help us at all. Those are buildings that people come from miles around to see. This is not one of those buildings. This is a building, in a residential building, not an iconic historic building. And so if there's other buildings within a mile that are 60 feet, that shouldn't bear on your decision at all. So thank you for the extra time.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir. Okay, Paulina Kahn, followed by Rick Clausen.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Although I support the mission of Sanctuary Centers, I feel that this particular project is way too dense in this location. The neighborhood clinics will be getting a great deal of traffic, particularly now that it will be expanded. They will be a federally qualified health clinic, which is marvelous. This building is only 10 feet from Garden Court. It will take the sunshine away. It is an interior building, and everyone has to take a site visit and look from the inside. The residents from Garden Court have not had a voice at this hearing. It has only been management. Management may look very differently at this than residents do. You have heard from residents from Sanctuary Centers. What else can they do other than support? Will a person who does not support come and say, this is what has happened to me at Sanctuary Centers, and I live in front, and I do not want this building behind me? They can't say that and feel secure. I did write you a letter, and I showed photos, and one of those photos is taken from the interior. The architect has not shown you any photos from the interior of their lot and how their building really impacts the residents in front and to the side. There are 2 apartments on either side on Anapamu Street, as well as Garden Court. It impacts Garden Court heavily. And although I support the whole idea, I do want the fifth story removed and back down to 45 feet, so it's not a precedent-setting new way of building public benefit. It has to be public benefit for everybody, not just the entire environment, not just residents and not just the employees of sanctuary centers. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Rick Clausen, is Kathy Clausen here too?
Kathy?
She here?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you're going to get 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Rick Clausen. This project is a developer's wish list of stacked dominoes, where today's height exemption will lead to falling domino requests for an exemption to exceed the allowable residential density, the exemption to underpark the project for its units, and the city's donation of a public alley to the private developer. Your decision today is whether the community benefit is worth setting this neighborhood height precedent, not about the fiscal feasibility of the proposed project. With an honest respect for the applicant's cause and for prior good work, I contend that the potential community benefit is insufficient to warrant the project's height exemption. The decision must be based on positive findings in each and all of 4 categories. First, the project must demonstrate a true and undeniable need to exceed 45 feet that is related to the project's community benefit. This finding cannot be made. There certainly is community need for housing for the targeted population, but even 42 units will not satisfy that need. Constructing just 32 units, for example, while retaining the proposed clinic and therapy facilities would still address the need without the height modification. Even the staff report acknowledges a 10-unit reduction would eliminate the need for the 4th and 5th floors. Second, the project architecture and design must be exemplary. This category stands alone, irrespective of the building's laudable purpose or community benefit. This finding also cannot be made because it assumes a future ABR project design approval which cannot be assured and may never occur. Third, the project must provide amenities to residents, including interior design features such as, and I quote, and you have in your documentation, the amount of light and air or ceiling plate heights. Instead, the staff report describes the 6,600 square feet of non-residential areas, such as clinics, exam rooms, and group therapy rooms, to be amenities when they are not. While the project may indeed include some qualifying amenities within the standard, they do not reach the level to warrant the extreme height exemption. Finally, the project must complement the setting and character of the neighboring properties, and again, this finding cannot be made. The proposed structure will be 5 stories surrounded by 3 and 2-story buildings. It will be a full 3 stories taller than the other building on the parcel. It'll be 2 stories taller than the adjacent designated city structure of merit next door. I contend that none of the 4 required findings can be made indisputably when they are all required to grant this exemption. I ask that you deny the request and instruct the applicant to restudy the true need for the project's extreme height. At the very least, I ask that you require the applicant to provide a physical 3D model of the entire block, including site sections, to show the relative heights of buildings and trees across from Anapamu Street. This would allow the commissioners and the public to properly judge height compatibility within the neighborhood before reconsidering this exemption. In my final 40 seconds, I'd like to echo what was said earlier about the use of comparable buildings that are high, exceeding the 45 limit. Those that were mentioned both in the staff report and by the architect are the Santa Barbara Museum of Art, the Balboa Building, and the El Paseo Building, which were built in 1914, 1924, and 1946, and clearly would not meet standards required of them today. It's just unfair to consider those things as comparables. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Maureen Earls. Great. Okay, followed by Alan Bleeker.
Good afternoon. I'm Maureen Earls, and I'm on the board for CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And it's an interfaith organization that looks at the needs in the community, the human needs in the community. And we support the approval of this residential apartment and mixed-use building. We have been working with various groups for over a year, actually 10 years, we did our first report, to find supportive housing for those who have vulnerabilities, such as mental illness or addictions in Santa Barbara. We know that some of these rooms will be available to help break the cycle of these vulnerable people moving through our jail. This is something that is vitally needed in Santa Barbara. We have seen the current sanctuary location and agree that the benefits of this allowance of extra height is deserved for this desperately needed, compassionate, supportive housing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alan Bleeker will be followed by Claude Sachs.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Welcome.
Commissioners. My name is Alan Bleeker, and I stand before you as a downtown business and property owner who, out of necessity, helped form a community organization on Milpa Street focused, among other things, on encouraging and getting homeless people off the street. And I can tell you, standing in front of you today, that I have had the great fortune of seeing firsthand the importance of the concept of housing first and wraparound services. Those services are ones that Sanctuary provides, and as you've heard today, that there may be some minor inconveniences with this taller building. I am encouraging you to grant the exception to this, because I believe that the advantages that you will see from a development like this, the advantages that this will provide for our community, will far outweigh the disadvantages that it may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Claude Sachs?
I'm going to yield my time to John Dorden.
Are you Claude Sachs?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll wait till... Well, let me pull out, see if I can find the slip. Oh, he spoke. Oh, you spoke before. No, we're not going to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Pardon?
I wanted to let him finish.
Okay, I'll do the same thing. Just to be fair, I'll do the same thing I did before. I'll give him a minute and a half to finish up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. I just wanted to finalize my response to the Commissioner when they had asked the question about the height and the fifth floor and so forth. It would have an impact. The members that come all the time, probably not. For those events that happen outside in the garden, they often are people that like to have, they could be weddings, they could be nonprofits having luncheons, having events going on and so forth. They like the openness and being in the middle of the city. However, we are not opposed to the project. So as long as we can work with Sanctuary Center, and we are right now, on both the construction and on the composition of the fifth floor, we still understand and will support whatever the Planning Commission decides. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. A new precedent set up here with an extra minute and a half. Okay. Stuart Fuss. Okay. Stuart Fuss, followed by Alexandra Cole.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. I'm a property owner in the neighborhood, and a lot of things I've heard about sanctuary cities is fabulous. I just don't believe that it's the right place to have this. It sounds like they need a lot of space, and being shoehorned into a small lot, being cramped in there, does not sound to me to be the logical space. There's got to be other areas where they can enjoy their needs and provide services in an environment which is larger and not something in an environment that is just so cramped. It just seems like the wrong location for where they want to propose. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Alexander Cole will be followed by Michael Nisensen. Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Wiscombe and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Alexandra Cole, and for the last 33 years, I've been an architectural historian providing reports to the city analyzing impacts of new construction on existing historic buildings and the neighborhood. And as such, I wanted to stand here today to support the project to allow the height exemption because of public benefit. I have partly it's way set back and is not going to affect the neighborhood, and the whole idea of the sanctuary centers offering apartments and medical and dental facilities for these people is a great benefit to the community, particularly since so many of the people that they serve, if that service was not there, would end up homeless. And so this sort of service saves a lot of money, as well as the lives of the people that are being served. So money that was spent on emergency room visits, jail time. And though the architectural developments are not in your purview, I simply want to say that the design itself is compatible with the neighborhood, even the taller height, partly because it's in the center of the block, surrounded on Chapala, West Anapamu, and De La Vina Street by high three-story buildings. And very often, with the design, as you saw from the architectural renderings, you'd only get to see the building if you were passing the parking lot at Garden Court, or if you were looking at the driveway there on West Anapamu. And because of that, being able to be set back in that way, it is not going to be a great disservice, and it's not going to ruin the history of the community.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Michael Nisensen, followed by Christopher Tucker. Welcome.
My name is Mike Nisensen, but that was close enough. Thank you. I'm here in support of the project. I spent over half a century as a real estate developer in Los Angeles, and I've built buildings that are substantially higher than this. The structural needs and the feasibility financially hasn't been talked about too much. I concur with almost all the comments that have been made here today regarding the need for the community, your findings, et cetera, et cetera. They all are issues that have to be weighed. But to allow that fifth floor and allow those extra 4 apartments obviously creates 2 things. Number one, 4 more units, so more people can, as the last speaker said, be off the street. But additionally, as a potential donor for this project and my support for the organization, makes the thing more feasible as far as cost of construction. I'm also very familiar from my background with the constraints that the architects have gone through in terms of sun and shade, in terms of the feasibility and cost of various construction of various heights. There was a comment earlier about 8-foot ceilings, I think, from staff. These rooms of even the largest apartments are 16 feet wide. If you start looking at something higher, it would look almost strange. 8 feet is a standard for rooms that are much bigger. The biggest issue is for getting this approved as it is and having it in the center of the block where it is almost impossible to see by any passerby also makes this a feasible structure for fundraising so that it can get built. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Christopher Tucker, followed by Cassandra Ensberg. Is Christopher Tucker here? No. Okay, well, I'll hold that off in case. comes back. Okay, Cassandra Ensberg, followed by Anna Marie Gott. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wiscombe and Commission. I am here as a strong supporter of sanctuary centers as well. I did send in a letter to you all that I hope you have received and been able to read. I agree with much of what the previous people have said, particularly the last speaker and also Alexandra Cole. I just want to say that I just want to remind everyone about in 1969, Santa Barbara, we had the oil spill, and Santa Barbara stepped up big time, and we showed our caring and our compassion for the environment. Now, 60 years later, we have a homeless issue, and I feel that we need to step up in the same way, and we need to show our compassion to our fellow citizens and people most in need. And I feel that we can choose to be leaders in the world. We can show California and the rest of the country that we can do this and that we care about our people and that we can make the sacrifices necessary to help them. I think this is a perfect project for this location. We need the higher buildings in the downtown area, and we need the smaller ones in the neighborhoods. So this is an ideal location, and I want to extend my great appreciation to Sanctuary Centers for bringing this project forward, for the work that they do, and for this, very important facility that I hope will be expedited and, in fact, given a break on their fees. I'd like to see this project be completed as soon as possible. And with 15 seconds left, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Anna Marie Gott, followed by Chris Barras.
Good afternoon. I hope you watched the video I sent and looked at the comments that someone else actually had provided. The ABR did not make the comments that were in the packet, not the comments that were necessarily at City Council. They were quite a bit different. What you looked at and what you received were whitewash comments that actually, painted a different picture of what the actual board member said. One of the first things that board member Watkins says was it was too big, that when they were comparing it to the hotel, the Canary Hotel, that it was like comparing basically apples and oranges. They just were not compatible. If you looked at board member Insua, he also said, take the 5th floor down to the 4th, basically. Open the corridors up, put those rooms down below. There were comments from other commissioners that said the same thing. But none of that was really put in the minutes. Now, while they were actually approved, this is just another example of what I look at with the ABR, which is they are trapped in a corrupt system. They got none of the information that they should have. There wasn't any information about the alley. There wasn't any information about the parking study. No one did an analysis like the attorney did. And that is the kind of analysis that they should actually have, but they get nothing. They were simply asked the community benefit for the services. Well, I guess you could say that, but when you're actually looking at the height, one of them said the extra 13 feet, they couldn't be justified. So you're getting fake information, literally. If you watch the video, it's not the same information that's in the minutes. And those poor ABR members are just signing off on the minutes, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I do have members in my family that could definitely utilize services like this, but I don't think this is in the right place. When you're actually looking at the amount of traffic for the medical portion, if you are looking at the actual height and what it really does bring, I don't think you can actually make your findings. And we're giving away public land for private benefit. no matter how good that benefit is. It doesn't make sense, and no one really discussed that. I don't believe, from what I've also heard, is that it was even properly noticed, because if the people at Garden Court didn't even receive their notice when our noticing requirements state it's not only the landowner but the residents that need to be notified. So we're holding meetings without the input of the people that are going to be most affected. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You know, I've been before you and I've talked about the process. The process is broken. And let me just give you an example of that happened on Monday. At a meeting where Board Member Watkins asked a question about what someone had said during public comment about some minutes from a meeting that had been held some time ago, when the minutes actually said reduce the number of bedrooms, the size of the rooms, it's just too big. He asked, has that been addressed? And do you know what Pilar Plummer said? It's not in your purview. Do you recognize that size, bulk, and scale is in the ABR's purview? They're getting false and misleading information again and again, and they didn't review this project the way that they should have. I urge you to deny the height because it's not justifiable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris Barris ceded time to Anna Marie Gott. Okay. So we're moving on to Albert Torelson? I'm sorry. Huh?
Torelson.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm with the property management company that manages 109 West Anapamu, and we actually had a couple of concerns. The first one would be the height, as everyone has mentioned, so I'm not going to go into more detail about it. I'm going to go more into detail about the shade that it will create on the surrounding properties. For example, based on the time of the day, it will create a shade on a different property, so all the surrounding properties should be concerned about it because it's located right in the middle, meaning they'll give shade on different sides at different times. Now, the second problem would be the parking issue. If you look at the drawings, you'll see that 109 and 115 share the same driveway. There's only 9 parking spots, so meaning the people trying to get to the parking, if it's filled up, they'll try to use our parking spot, which is a big problem for us. And the second one would be during construction, the construction equipment and machinery. How are they going to get to the site? Are they going to use the same driveway? It's very narrow, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, Robert Malley, followed by Gary Yount. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Bob Malloy. I'm a CPA in Santa Barbara. Lived here since 1976. I've worked at Bartlett Pringle the entire time. In 1986, we together constructed the building that we're talking about at 1123 Chapala, right adjacent to this property. As I've listened to the commentary, one thing that strikes me is there's a lot of talking about how this looks from driving around the neighborhood. Well, we are there all year long, working all the hours a day. All the properties looking in at this are going to be affected on sightlines of the mesa, sunrise, sunset. So I don't think the way to look at this is driving around the neighborhood. It's the effect on all the people that surround this property. And I think that's a key point that I haven't heard anyone bring up today. When we built our building, we were part of the Pueblo Viejo district. We had stringent architectural guidelines. Parking is critical for us and for all of the neighbors in that area. We paid a parking mitigation fee to the city to use the lot across the street. We put 2 per 1,000 under our building. None of that's there. There's basically a shared driveway that they're trying to claim as parking. It's not sufficient, and there's no guarantee that this property is going to continue to be its current proposed use for the next 20, 30, 40 years. So I think you have to look forward. What could this be, and what's going to be required with all these people coming in and out? How are you going to get emergency vehicles in and out? I see that going on at the Garden Court with fire trucks, EMS. It's going to be a big, big problem. There's no reason for there to be a 5th floor. As a matter of fact, I don't think there's a need for a 4th floor. I think they should go underground with parking if they need to build all this space, just like the building next to us. We took our ground floor and converted it to parking, not structure, because we knew the importance of parking. So those are some significant things. I think the important thing I'm stressing is limit to 3 stories. Use the entire site that they have. If they need to tear down buildings, tear them down, build ground up, and build 3 stories, corner to corner, whatever would fit.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Higgins has a question for you.
Mr. Malloy, so you have some history with the neighboring property, BBW. Is that the
BPW, Bartlett Greenwolf.
And that was built in '86.
Correct.
And at that time, I think the height limit was 60 feet. I'll walk down memory lane with staff later, but there was a Measure B or something like that was an attempt to reduce the building height limits in town. But at the time that you built or constructed that building, the height limit was 60 feet. And do you have any recollection of why you landed at 45? Was it a...
No, I don't. I know we hired Henry Lenny, Bill Sharp, Bill Mahan, who are our architectural team.
That makes sense.
So they were trying to, build something that really fit with the downtown corridor.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's what I'm opposed to, is this building doesn't fit with any of the neighboring historic properties, et cetera.
May go in the no good deed goes unpunished category, but...
I'm definitely opposed to the height.
Understood. So
not the concept. One of our managing partners was on the board of Sanctuary House for a long time. We support their mission. We're not opposed to that at all.
Right. I get it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Gary Yount. And be followed, final speaker is Dale Azam.
All right.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I also am a co-owner in 1123 Chapala, the BPW building. I've been involved since inception, like Bob Malloy. I was one of the partners that worked closely with our architects in designing the property. I think you saw in one of the slides earlier, we have 2 decks out in the back, facing the back, that were bright, that were light, and we planned on that. We have one on the 3rd floor that complements our open area, our kitchen area and community get-together area. We have a larger deck on the 2nd floor. Those decks are going to, I could never imagine walking out on the deck, looking up 20 feet to a building directly behind us. I couldn't imagine going out there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon during the winter and be standing in the shade, less during the fall and spring and fall, but 3/4 of the year will be affected by shade. Let me just say, as Bob and I just mentioned, we have a 35-year relationship with Sanctuary Center. We've had board members, partners in the accounting firm. As board members of Sanctuary Center, I have a great relationship with Barry, as we all do. We totally support their mission. And Barry mentioned a note earlier that he had trouble renting a couple blocks away. We have no issue whatsoever with their mission directly behind us. The medical services they provide, dental, the residential, we have no problem with any of that. They're great corporate neighbors. It's just too high. They have a 30,000-foot structure. They're going 30,000 square feet they're going to build, in addition to the 2-story apartment house they currently have, to put just 2 or 3, 2,400 feet or whatever it is on the 5th floor. There has to be another location for those 4 extra units that presumably they need, either as an attachment to their current existing building, between the buildings. There's something else that could accommodate us. Our building will be the most impacted in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dale Azam?
Dale Azam.
Azam, okay, thank you.
I work with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara, and I wanted to be here in strong support of the project as proposed. One of the things that I wanted to mention that hasn't been mentioned in much detail is the economies of scale. Now, I'm not an expert on exactly the thinking that they went through on this project, but we have projects like Garden Court where, in order to support the community dining facilities, you need a certain number of units. And I have a feeling something similar is going on with this project. The other thing I'd like to do is refute the idea that the Garden Court residents did not receive notice on this project. They have. Chris Tucker, who had hoped to be here, got called back for a medical emergency with one of the tenants. Chris is the executive director at Garden Court. And his comments were the project as proposed would reduce ER visits, reaches service-resistant individuals due to proximity, and saves lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Schwartz has a question for you,
Mr.
I think,
Azam.
sir. Yeah. If you could come back up. Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about the housing authority's density at El Carrillo and Casa de las Fuentes to compare it to the proposed density of the project before us, which is at 122 units per acre. Do you know off the top of your head for El Carrillo and Casa de las Fuentes, which are nearby to this property?
This is going from memory. I think El Carrillo is very similar. I think it's about 130 units to the acre. Casa de las Fuentes is a little lower, but I don't have that number.
157?
157.
Commissioner Lodge?
Casa de las Fuentes is 57 dwelling units to the acre, and El Carrillo is 122.
122. Oh, so
however, their units are significantly smaller, 256 square feet each.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, thank you all very much. That closes public comment, and I appreciate all of your coming, and we take all of your comments to heart and under consideration. So it's back to the commission now for questions, and actually, before I get there, I think you had about, I didn't write it down, but I think you had about 4 minutes left. Do you have anything else you'd like to say, Ms. Perrone? Pardon?
I didn't realize we still had time.
I think you do, yeah. My recollection is about 4 minutes. You're all done? Okay, great. Okay, so it's to the commission now for questions and deliberations. So we'll start with Commissioner Jordan.
Jump right in. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bowman, I have a couple questions for you. You had a slide in I think in the 20s, there were 2 slides that talked about the 4 findings to make. And I'm interested in the second slide that talked about sensitivity to the neighborhood, sensitivity to context.
Yes.
So let me read what it says in the ordinance. The project design will complement the setting and the character of the neighborhood properties with sensitivity to any adjacent federal, blah, 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 landmark, historical. Okay. To me, you wrote that as combining those two into sensitive and complementary only to historic buildings or cultural. So my question to you is, the finding that I get to reach is at 2 different parts of that finding, that you can stop after complement the setting and the character of the neighborhood properties. That is the finding, but with the added emphasis on cultural or historical landmarks, or however you're defining those. Does that make sense, my question?
Yes.
Okay. So you have combined those two to focus only on historic buildings.
We didn't intend to focus only on historic buildings. But
there's an equal responsibility to focus on being that it's complementary to the setting and character of the neighborhood properties. Stop. Period. Is there an equal responsibility to
yes,
recognize that and make that finding?
Yes, and I can tell you the way staff looked at that, our perspective was always from kind of the public perspective.
Okay.
Not necessarily the neighbor's balcony and that kind of thing. We really didn't consider that, to be honest. It was always like the streetscape around the block kind of thing, that kind of idea.
No, I get that. I mean, that's the way I read the ordinance. That's not the way I really read your second part of that line there. And then
you're referring to the staff report commentary.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I was actually reading the ordinance and then comparing it to
right,
that
but then
paragraph.
your questions are related to what's in the staff report.
Well, my question's related to actually, do I have a burden to make a finding that the project complements the setting and the character of the neighborhood properties?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. It's not quite what it says there. And then we've gotten a bunch of letters and heard comments on the perception of the ABR process and comments that we've seen or have gone and looked at. At this point in the project, is there any obligation for me to use the ABR comments for how I get to the findings, or am I just making my findings based upon my personal frame of reference, taking everything into consideration?
Well, the purpose of the ABR concept review was to help inform the Planning Commission from
Okay.
the architectural perspective. You know,
Okay.
they're
But they're not making findings. I'm making findings.
That's right.
Right? And so these findings are my frame of reference,
Right.
regardless of if I'm agreeing with somebody else's interpretation of the ABR comments.
They were asked to comment on the design with the height in mind when they were making those comments, and that's to inform the Planning Commission on the height findings.
Chair Wiscombe and Commissioner Jordan, to that point, I just wanted to point out that those minutes were approved by the ABR. So if they had any problems with what was in the minutes, they would have made those changes prior to adopting the minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I've had this next difficulty once before, and I can't remember what it is, but it was on a finding too, similar to this one, where the design will be exemplary, but the design is not anything that's concrete yet. So I'm getting to make a finding on a design that's not done yet based on something that might be done in the future. And Allison, you're nodding your head because you can probably remember me saying what the heck about this before. But we're in the same place. That's what the ordinance says. And I'm basically being asked to take a leap of faith that the process will work and the design will be exemplary. Is that correct?
Well, given this procedure for this request for the height exemption, where today's hearing falls in the order of things, it is still conceptual and pre-application. So in this case, in a sense, yes. In fact, I was just looking at that word, the wording, that the verbs used in these findings will do such and so. And I looked at other findings in the municipal code to see if that was unique to these four findings, but it isn't. Some of the other findings for other sorts of things in the municipal code also say the project will do this or will do that. Okay. But the way this process is set up, it sort of is a leap of faith for the future processing of the application.
Then, Ms. Perron, if I'm saying that right, can I ask you a couple questions? You have pretty much run through this quickly due to your time constraints, and I just want to make sure I understand this. So, in the context of knocking down 20 feet off the top of the building and running that to the front of the property and stepping it down and destroying the apartments that are there and using all of your parcel space, you guys have looked at that and exhausted that from both a financial perspective and the actual on-the-ground consequence that it would cause the residents of that building. Would that be an accurate statement?
That's accurate. We've looked at many iterations, which is common with these type of projects. You would analyze different ways of organizing the parts.
Okay. And then my other question for you was that area that's between you and the BPW building that has the parking spaces, or the area in back, so that would be bordering, I think, the Santa Barbara Club. Mm-hmm. Did you also look at step-under parking there? Just not below grade, but putting a second floor or third floor over those spaces, so you keep the spaces, but you bring the height of the building down, but you move it out into those spaces. Is that a cost issue there too?
There's several issues with that. One is whether we have legal rights to build over that airspace. We have legal rights to use this for the vehicular access in the parking, so that it looks like a restriction there. It also is a difficulty because the building just can't float. Ultimately, I do need to bring down structure to support it and to cantilever it out far enough to not have any kind of structure to support it would be a prohibitive cost.
Okay, super. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I think, and then Mr. Shore, I have two questions for you. The 34 units that you're going to pick up, where are these people living now?
Most of them are living on the street.
Okay.
We work with them. We work with them in our co-occurring disorder program. We work with them in our outpatient mental health program, both on that campus now. We work with them in the integrated care clinic. Some are living in PATH temporarily. Some are living at places like the Riviera or Transition House or places of that sort. We also have a program that is in the jail we've had for 3 years called Project Brace, Breaking Recidivism and Creating Empowerment. A lot of those homeless, mentally ill, and vets you see on the street, they recycle through the jail repeatedly. They have a 99.9% recidivism rate. We started 3 years ago trying to break that cycle with treatment in the jail and then integrating them into our programs when we brought them out of the jail, and the sheriff and probation have been terrific partners in that. The problem we get when we get them out is we have no housing for them, and they wind up reoffending just because they want 3 meals a day and a place with a roof over their head.
That was like lobbing you a softball, wasn't it? I just realized. So.
I appreciate the softball. Thank you.
Wasn't intended, but and then once you place people in that, is it a transitionary
No,
housing, or will people stay with you forever?
It's permanent housing.
Okay.
They can stay in there as long as they want. And many of our tenants have moved in there in 1994, 95, when we gutted the Hollister apartment building with the two-story building on 115 with the city's support. We actually gutted the first floor and then relocated 4 tenants into temporary housing, and then moved tenants upstairs and then did the downstairs, so we didn't have to relocate too many people. But it is permanent housing. Some of our tenants, right now, the issue we're dealing with is they were 25 when they moved in, but they're 50 and older, and they can't deal with apartments that are not handicapped accessible in a building without an elevator. This provides that last piece that folks can live in here for the rest of their lives with their medical and dental services in the building, with their mental health and substance abuse services in the building. You have Garden Court. Last I heard from Chris, they have 380 people on a waiting list. So where are these folks going to go when they can't make it down the stairs anymore?
Okay. And that was kind of, I really had 3 more questions. That was really my question also on the 4th and the 5th floor. You guys gained some square footage in those units, and I heard the explanation that was for a clientele that might have some disabilities that require wheelchairs, whereas the units that are smaller on the 2nd and 3rd floor, they don't provide the access, and that is truly a access and ADA requirement that, you know, if I just look at those and do the math in my head a little bit. If you use the sizes on the 2nd and 3rd floor, you could, and moved up to the 4th floor, you could probably get the 4 units on the 5th floor back down to the 4th floor. So could you talk me through a little bit how those are necessary for that size?
That's a hard ball, and I'll bring in a designated hitter.
Okay. I'm gonna invite you back up, though. I have one more for you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. There's a couple issues there. One, we were looking at slightly larger units on those upper floors because of, not that they are the only accessible units, all of the units are what are called adaptable, but they do function better at 500 square feet. The ones I designed and show in this initial programming phase are a bit larger. Barry did not ask me to make them that large. I was looking at it from a pragmatic kind of structural approach. I'm also often looking at, can I bring the loads down through the walls? And so I may have made those larger than even requested by the program, and we are certainly open to finding ways to minimize those. We heard what ABR said, and we can look at ways to just shrink those, but we do want to see something a little bit larger than the 400 square foot range that we see on the lower floors.
Okay, and that would be part of your process going forward, because the way Mr. Bowman explained it too, even at 4 floors, you're going to break through 45 feet and need the approval, correct?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. Yes, I think that especially we have the site working against us, it's sloping inward to the site, so at the back we're about 2.5 feet down lower.
Right.
So it's usually hard to get a 4th floor within 45 feet to begin with. With that added 2.5 feet, it would be very difficult for those back 3 units in particular on the 4th floor.
Thank you very much. And just one more contextual question for you, Mr. Shore. All right, unless it's Dr. Shore, I hope.
It's Barry.
Okay.
It's good. Or some people call me other things, but I can't say them here.
That'll just lead me to all kinds of mischief. The clients, when you expand services, could you briefly paint a picture for me on your dental and medical numbers of clients you serve now and what you anticipate that will grow to? So in other words, how many more people are you going to be able to offer services to, or what type of services that you can't right now?
It isn't so much what type of services will change. It's a matter of we knew the community needed that. Restorative policing, Doctors Without Walls, all of those programs are bringing us folks off the street who need medical and dental care and can't get it anywhere else or aren't comfortable going anywhere else. There's a gentleman here who testified earlier who was told 25 years ago that his medical problems were all in his head because of his illness. 25 years later, he had to get a liver transplant because they didn't listen to his symptoms years before. It's providing that compassionate environment where they feel safe coming for medical and dental care. We average right now about 2,400 dental visits a month and close to 4,000 medical visits a month, in addition to the substance abuse connections, the behavioral health, and now the free psychiatry that we're offering. The problem is we're more popular than we thought, and it's not so much that more folks are coming, it's more visits by those people as they get comfortable, such as with Garden Court. When we opened, the sign said walk in. We can't take walk-ins now. Now it's about a month's wait to get dental service. It's about accommodating the need for the services. It's not about increasing the number of folks we see.
Okay, and then how do those people generally travel there? Are they being dropped off? Are they on foot?
Most of them walk. You have officers like Keld Hove who deliver them to us, but most of them walk in.
Okay.
Just to go back to so we're clear about the difference between the 2nd and 3rd floor and the 4th and 5th. We're calling, for lack of a better term, the 4th and 5th the concierge level. That building is modeled after a senior living community. We have folks coming out of the hospital who don't need to be in residential treatment, don't need to be in the county's PUF facility, don't need to be at Vista Del Mar, but they still need some supports. And so we don't want to tax the system by having them in more costly settings and keeping people that really need those settings from getting them. You'll know 5 Easted Cottage is full most of the time with a waiting list, and they have to put people sit in the emergency room sometimes for 3 days till they can get admitted. What we want to do is take them out sooner, give them the support. So that's why that 2-floor unit is a little bit larger, with a community kitchen, a community living room, a socialization area, and staff on duty 24 hours a day to help with medication and crises and so forth. We're trying to break the cycle every which way we can. And that 4th and 5th floor is a need we've identified for the last 15 years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. Commissioner Lodge, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Schwartz brought up El Carrillo, which is another 122 dwelling unit per acre project, and I believe it's 37 feet. I'm not positive, but as I recall, that's the height. Now the units are way smaller, 256 square feet each, but they seem to work. I'm not suggesting that this project cut back to that, but it seems to me that there must be some way to accommodate those 4 other units, the 5th floor units, within the 4 stories. I had a question. What is the plate height in the 2nd, 3rd, and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors are 8 feet. Is that correct, Ms. Brown?
What we're using is targeting an 8-foot ceiling height, so that would be an 8-foot plate height. At this early stage, what I always do is I allow about 18 inches of floor, because between structure and lightweight concrete and things like that. So you'll see a 9'6" is what
Yeah,
we're
you
doing.
have to have space in the structure takes up space in between. What is the plate height for the first level where the offices are?
And that was also aiming to be about an 8-foot plate height. I'm sorry, that needs to be about a 9-foot plate height, and that has to do with the accessible parking stalls that need an 8-foot to clear that is required. And so usually I ballpark about 9 feet to make sure that works. The reason I do 9 feet initially is because you're going to have plumbing drops, things like that cross over, and you need to make sure you accommodate for other parts, not just structure.
Okay, well, as I recall, both Casa de los Fuentes and El Carrillo have a 9-foot plate height.
And I can tell you, because I worked on El Carrillo, we had a
I know
miserable
your office.
time getting that plumbing to work.
It worked out?
Barely.
It's a very nice project. Well, I'm fully supportive of what Sanctuary Centers does, and there's no question that it's a community benefit. I'm still having trouble with the absolute that it's absolutely necessary to go to a 5th floor. I'm willing to, with the conditions with the sloping lot and so on, more than 45 feet might be something that, it's something more than that I could accept. But I think that the architect can figure this one out and get those 4 units in by reducing the size a bit and so on. So those are my comments and questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Higgins, you were next.
Thank you. So are we doing comments or just questions, or do you care? In the interest of time,
we should go for questions, and if you want to follow it up with comments, that's fine too.
Okay. So for the applicant, Ms. Perron, are you needing to rely on bonus density or not?
We are using the city's bonus density program, and that has to do with the amount of bonus density that we are requesting. The state goes up to 35%. We're exceeding that, and the municipal code then triggers a city bonus density program.
So to staff, how do we? What's the entitlement procedure here with regard to waivers of development standards? Is there anything going to be exercised other than, or could there be anything else exercised in the, bundle of developer tricks to get over the height limit, or is it just focused on the community benefit?
Well, if you mean like under the state bonus density where the city would be expected to grant concessions, that's not part of the city's program. The city would, if they supported the request for the high density, it would be through modifications. Particularly for the density itself, it would be a lot area modification that the city would grant to exceed a certain number or to achieve a certain number of dwelling units per acre.
Okay, so they don't need to rely on the state program.
Right.
And I don't mean to get too tricky here. I just wanted to find. I'm asking because the finding with respect to viability of the project and that part of the project that is over the height limit of 45 feet. I'm wondering about the form for that request or the demonstration of that need. Oftentimes with bonus density projects, there's some financial information that's provided to staff to verify as to the viability. And I think that's what we're hearing, but that's a suggestion at this point, and it's not even really hammered home in the applicant's letter as to what the basis is for the extra height. The project is the project, and that's different from the extra height. So have you asked the applicant to clarify that, or are you satisfied that what they're demonstrating now meets that finding?
Well, the demonstrated need doesn't necessarily have any relationship to the density or exceeding the accessory dwelling
Understood.
unit
I
program
understood. It's not.
density.
Yeah. I was making a parallel to the bonus density procedures because in that process, there's also a demonstration of finances that may support the additional request for a waiver.
Well, in staff's analysis of this finding that we put in our staff report, we didn't look at finances at all, and the applicant hasn't provided us with any information on feasibility from a cost perspective. So we haven't looked at that at all. We just looked at the site constraints, and well, we assume the need is far beyond what any project on this site could ever achieve. No matter how big the building is, they're still not going to meet the need out there. But I guess you could say we looked at it from a point of view. There's nothing in the building contributing to its height that is not a community benefit. There's nothing excessive in the building that isn't a community benefit.
Understood. I think one of the speakers was asking us to make a delineation between the project and the extra height. So let me ask a different question. The Measure B history with how we arrived at a 60-foot height limit, with the exception that if you want to go over 45, you have to prove the need. That was, just to help me recall how that went down. Our height limit's always been at 60 feet, historically been at 60 feet in the zone district.
That's in the city charter.
In the charter.
60-foot height limit.
And the ballot measure was to reduce it to 45?
That was Measure B, November 2009, and it was a proposal or a ballot measure to limit the height to 40 feet in El Pueblo Viejo and 45 feet in other parts of the city.
And in that ballot measure, was part of the ballot measure this finding for community benefit? How did we arrive at that? Because I recall the ballot measure was simply that, dropping the height limit, and that was defeated. So the height limit, based on the ballot measure, stayed at 60. How did the extra procedure for community benefit find its way in the ordinance?
That came along as an ordinance amendment following Measure B, but I don't have the history of that. It seemed to be a compromise of some sort where, yes, the height limit didn't change. It's still 60 feet, but you have to have this community benefit component.
Okay.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
I think Commissioner Lodge would just like to chime in if you would allow that.
I would greatly appreciate the history lesson.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Higgins. The 45-foot limit came in connection with the AUD projects, with that ordinance. That was made part of that. I see you're nodding. Thank you, Mr. Busk. And that was 2013 when that ordinance was adopted. In order to help reduce the size of the buildings and the size of the units, to have smaller buildings, even though more units, that was made part of it, except for community benefit projects, et cetera.
Thank you. One more question.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Lodge.
To staff, are we making a mistake here with allowing this project here right now based on what is, we're being told with respect to the ABR proceedings, that somehow there was a mistake in the understanding about how the board voted?
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Higgins, the process is laid out that the project conceptually comes before the ABR. Just for general comments that are for your benefit, to see that whether the ABR is supportive of it. The minutes are there. They agreed to have it move forward. So the project's properly placed right now for you to review it and make the four findings, if you could make them.
Thanks. I'll hold my comments until we hear from the other commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Schwartz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To staff, I want to ask you about our municipal code here, 30.140.100, exceptions to height limitations, and specifically back to this category of architecture and design. Pardon me if we already went over this, but do we have a clear definition of exemplary in the sentence reading the project will be exemplary in its design?
No,
Or
that's
was that up to subjective determination by decision makers?
it's the dictionary definition. It's not a specific municipal code definition.
Okay, thank you. And then I think the rest of my questions are to the applicant team. So Ms. Perone, if you would please come up. I want to start with you if I could. In terms of the nature of this application, I want to ask you, you know I follow state legislation, so I want to ask you just for some brief thoughts about why you perhaps considered and turned away from submitting or now considering to submit your applications under either Assembly Bill 2162 for supportive housing, which gives you some by right development in certain zones, multifamily, and also prohibits local government from imposing minimum parking requirements in certain conditions. And it does not preclude or limit the ability of a developer to seek density bonus from local government or expand, contract authority, et cetera. So it's much longer than this, but so that's my first question. Assembly Bill 2162, which is now has been enacted as of January of this year. Can you comment on that?
That's correct, Commissioner Schwartz. We have been looking at this, and I don't know if Steve would like to speak to this better than I would. Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Thank you,
Commissioner
Mr.
Schwartz,
Americano.
I'm Steve Americano. I'm counsel for the applicant on this matter, and we have been looking at those new state laws.
Okay.
This project has been in discussion and in processing with the staff for a good long time. And so we decided to proceed with today's hearing and this request, despite the fact that there's some new legislation that may well affect the processing of this on a go-forward basis. We haven't finished our own analysis of it, and we certainly haven't started the discussions with staff yet about reaching some understanding about what those new laws require of us and of the city. And so that's why we haven't raised those issues yet. You're asking very good questions, but we expect that to be addressed after this hearing.
Okay, and if you'll stay up there for a moment.
Sure.
And my questions here are really a follow-on to Commissioner Higgins, so I'm looking to understand whether it's bonus density or other by right development benefits. So my other question is Senate Bill 35, Senator Scott Wiener, and you're very familiar with that. And so that would provide streamlined ministerial approval process of certain types of projects. And here again, I'd like to understand if you're considering that, because that would give you certain afforded benefits. But you'd have to bring a Senate Bill 35 project in its package forward to be eligible. Could you just comment on that?
Correct. And I would give you the same answer to that question that I gave you before, and that is we're taking a close look at it. But we decided to hold off on that and allow this process before the commission to play itself out. And then we'll raise with the staff these other new statutes and have discussions with them about how they might apply.
Kind of evaluate.
That's right.
The way you're going forward now versus other potential opportunities under some of the new housing package laws.
That's correct.
Okay. Very good. I'll just continue on with my questions, if I may. I don't know if this is maybe back to Ms. Perone, who's going to be the lead from the applicant team answering these questions. I'm just going to go through our staff report and sort of in sequential order and ask you these. So I wanted to ask you about parking. On page 2 of our staff report, it states in the first paragraph, the project proposes no on-site parking for the residents. And I was in discussion with Rob Fredericks of the Housing Authority as a lead up to today's hearing, talking about the tenant lease restrictions regarding vehicle ownership, vehicle parking on premises for various housing authority projects. And so it's my understanding, for example, that both a prohibition of not vehicle ownership, but parking on the premises, number one, and also a prohibition of not participating in the city's residential parking program if in fact that's in the neighborhood. I know, again, Housing Authority, and I wanted to know if Sanctuary Centers is considering it, would consider it as a part of the overall conditions of approval. I'm asking this today, though we're not crafting conditions of approval today, because your answers inform my ultimate deliberations and opinions about how we, make our findings. So just to kind of lay all that out for you.
Commissioner Schwartz, with regard to that, yes, we would completely agree with that.
Okay.
I didn't even know that we had a tenant that had a car. But I'm proud of him for getting to that point, and I found out he has a street permit to park on the street there. But we have a long history since we opened those buildings of our tenants not having vehicles. One of the things we do in our career development program early on is we teach them to take the bus system, and we help them with getting bus passes. And we actually have a peer counselor now that's his specialty, working with them around that. And they get discounted bus passes for the bus system. And of course, we're located so conveniently. We also don't allow our staff to drive, and that goes back to our conditional use permit that Mayor Lodge was a part of in 1989, where we could open a residential treatment facility on West Valerio Street, but we couldn't hold staff meetings there, and we couldn't have any vehicle parking there for staff. So we have a long history of our staff taking the buses, of riding bicycles, and for decades we used Trinity Episcopal Church for our staff meetings.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's
Thank you.
helpful to know. I'm sorry, one more question back to staff. I apologize for going back and forth a little bit, but I'm just moving through our staff report. If the height exemption to 60 feet or exception is approved, does that get locked in as a part of the application process as the application moves forward with no ability by any decision-making body to adjust that downward? Can you tell me how that would work?
That's staff's interpretation of the code. It's not explicit. For example, when it returns to the ABR, I expect we would instruct the ABR that the decision on the height has already been made, and they can make their project approvals, given that it will be the height approved by the Planning Commission. But
Well,
Ms.
thank you,
Ostringer
Mr.
might
Bowen.
have some.
I was not clear from reading the code myself, so I actually would like to hear from Ms. Ostringer about how to interpret the code relative to my question.
Yes, if the commission grants the height at, I believe it's 59 feet, the applicant will go forward to the design boards, and the design boards will be instructed that the applicant can build up to 59 feet. And the height should not be reduced if that's the proposed project, as long as it doesn't exceed 59.
Okay, thank you. Then there's a discussion on page 4 of our staff report in the demonstrated needs section under required findings, and it references the paseo, pedestrian paseo. I was just wondering is this the paseo that we saw at the site visit? This would be a converted public alley to the paseo? Is that the same strip of property that we're being referred to here, Ms. Brown?
Commissioner Schwartz, yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Let me keep going on here. Ms. Perron, if you would please stay up at the, I want to ask. So I'm looking at your letter to us, and thank you very much. This is Exhibit A in our package. So I want to ask you about the range of square footage for these, and it says they're all studio. Is that correct?
That's
still
correct.
In your letter? I know you provided some answers to some of my colleagues, and I'm looking now at sheets 08 and 09 to help me better understand the range of the square footage and the purpose, the uses, the purpose for the range. Now we're looking at floors 4 and 5, correct?
That's correct.
So what I see here, for example, is on the second floor we have a range of 374 square feet to 403 square feet. I'll start there, and then we'll go up to the other floors. Help, if you would, please.
That's correct. So what we looked at was a livable studio to start with. And I know there's been some questions about why can't these be smaller. I think I've heard people say, well, you could do this in 325 square feet. And one, that Garden Court has smaller studios. And so one thing we wanted to be clear, these are independent living studios, unlike other smaller type studios like 325 square feet, which doesn't have a full kitchen. These have full kitchens, full baths, and 320, the scale of 400 to 500 square feet is what you would see in a typical studio. The reality is that there actually are smaller than a market rate studio that we'd be seeing. So we felt this was appropriate. Averaging out about 458 square feet per studio seemed to be even a reduction from what we normally see.
So then, on the 5th floor, this is sheet 09, these larger units.
Yes.
So now I see 514 square feet to 561 square feet.
And that was,
yeah, a couple hundred square feet larger, so.
That's correct. So the request, again, was for the program to provide slightly larger units on the 4th and 5th floor for some of the uses that we were discussing earlier for the people, the needs of these people, using a little bit more supportive environment that the 4th and 5th floors would be providing. Some of the size came from me as an architect trying to be very efficient in the structure and making sure I was trying to bring walls down from the 4th, the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd, the 4th, all the way down. You're bringing loads down, and that makes the structure more affordable. So that's where these got a little bit bigger than 500 square feet. We have certainly been talking, and given the ABR's concerns and some of the requests to see if we could reduce that 5th floor a little bit, we are certainly open to that, and I'm looking at that, of reducing those. So there's room here to adjust. It just had to do with being as structurally as efficient as possible. And I think that is, for me, that is a good way to move forward.
Does the, not being an architect myself, I'm going to ask you probably a very elementary question. Is there any correlation between, let's say, minimum, I don't know if this would be a California building code or public health standard, kind of light and air, a correlation between that standard or guideline to square footage of these studio apartments? And I raise this because I think Commissioner Lodge and I have, on a number of projects, we've been of like minds that the livability and the light and air are very important, not only to the Santa Barbara aesthetic, but really to the general livability, the fundamental livability question that we wrestle with as land use decision makers.
That is very astute. Yes, it is an important component to make sure that we provide significant, especially windows and open space for these units. And as a designer, that is one of the things that I'm looking at, is making sure the person inside of the building's experience is more important even than the exterior. And so that's one of the things that happens. You're going back and forth trying to make a project that works for somebody inside the building as well as for somebody outside of the building.
Okay. And then I want to ask you about the roof. I'm not sure if I'm looking at the right sheet. This is still 08. If I'm recalling correctly, but confirm for me the uses or use of the rooftop, the roof deck.
Correct. So the municipal code does look for us to provide a 20 by 20 foot outdoor space for these projects, and it is an outdoor space that we located up on that 4th floor. We did purposefully locate it on the side facing Anapamu, not the side facing inwards towards Santa Barbara Club, knowing that that would have been an impact to them and their backyard events.
Do we have a slide to that effect that
Sure.
we could put up, please? And while we're doing that, okay, that's it. I'm not going to slide into comments, even though it's tempting. I'm going to keep going.
So you're seeing that 5th floor, the
Maybe
area in the
Mr. Bauman
pink.
could point, just because, as Chair Wiscombe has pointed out, if you point, we don't capture that on the recorded tape.
So this is where we located the outdoor space for the residents. Whoops.
If you just describe it, if you just
could Mr. Bauman point,
describe
or you
it,
could just
and
describe
he
it?
can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
He
So-
can't. She'll describe it.
Flanking the 5th floor, both towards the Anapamu side and towards the Santa Barbara Club side, there are 2 lower roof forms that are down around, I think they're around 48 feet high. And we located an outdoor roof deck on the Anapamu side of the project, just so that we could give the residents the amenity, but it is also a part of our goals as a city in our municipal code. And we did that purposely because we knew that if we located it on the other side, facing Santa Barbara Club, we were concerned about the impact it might have to them and their residents. So we have been looking at that. We worked with them recently. When I initially designed this, there were some larger windows facing Santa Barbara Club, and we've been looking at that design, reducing the size of those windows, understanding that this is important to them, and we finding ways to massage the building for that.
So let me ask you then about the roof. Let's see, I don't know how to describe this. I'm interested in understanding the view shed on the, I guess that'd be east side of the rooftop. And I don't know if I'm wondering, can you see across to the Bartlett, Pringle, and Wolf building, or is that other commercial building in between? You know, I don't have a perspective here to wonder about looking to Chapala, you know, directly east and then angled back to the BPW building. I'm just wanting to understand the views and kind of who can see what looking across to the various buildings there.
So,
or maybe there isn't anything to see. I mean, I don't know, but this is coming back around to my underlying question and interest about whether this is needed. Does it have any impact on, maybe staff can comment, you know, making our findings, but I want to see how it all fits together.
Sure.
Yeah.
So this is although a sketch, this is a technical drawing showing a view of the building with the Chapala buildings in the foreground.
Okay.
You'd never perceive the building in this way unless you were up at 30 feet. And even then, you'd have perspective. But I think this is getting to your question, I believe. And what you see here is our third floor here. And then this outline here is our neighbors in front, facing Chapala Street. So the relationship we have to
that's
their...
That's the 45-foot, Ms. Perron, which you just outlined with the highlighter?
That is...
or below
yeah,
that?
it's the 45 is up here more.
Up there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's below.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But that's an approximate, you know, relationship of a 3-story to a 3-story facing each other.
Okay.
So that would be the experience they would have whether we had a 4th, a 5th, a 3rd floor.
Okay.
They still have that experience.
All right. Let's see here then. Let me keep going here. I don't know if I already asked you this. If you do not receive the community benefit designation that allows for it to go up to 60 feet, or the findings, did you already clarify how many of the units would be, well, either eliminated or I guess relocated? And maybe you can comment at this time on whether or not we're looking at elimination versus relocation. And you can tell me if it's too premature to make that consideration.
It's a little difficult for some. Obviously, the 5th floor would be lost. And then I think we would have struggle with the 4th floor, again, because we're fighting the site that's working against us, adding about 30 inches. And as was pointed out earlier, it's difficult to get a project even at 4 stories in under 45 feet.
Okay.
You can get to structure at 45 feet, and then once you get a roof line in and a mansard roof, which one we want to look at for design purposes, but also we need to screen mechanical equipment. There's other reasons why that's there. So we could, it's a little premature for me to say other than the 5th floor, but it would be a struggle for some of the units on the 4th floor.
Okay. And then also in your letter, and as we did the site visit, the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinics, which is also located on your property, that serves, well, I'll just ask you, does it serve clientele beyond sanctuary centers, off-site residents, off-site clients?
Just a moment.
Or just the on-site clients? In the little cottages, right?
Right. One of the cottages
Short.
is the co-occurring disorders, and the other is our integrated care clinic in partnership with the neighborhood clinics.
Mm-hmm.
The primary purpose of that clinic is to serve folks with mental illness and substance abuse who need physical and dental health care. Because we do allow walk-ins under their satellite FQHC license. We're a satellite for dental of the East Side Clinic. We're a satellite for medical of the West Side Clinic. We do. And that's what, as I said, Officer Hove and others bring us folks mostly coming off of State Street and freeway areas and so forth who need medical and dental care to us. The new clinic in this building will be under a different FQHC standard because it will be a new FQHC. It'll be what's called a behavioral health home. So if you come to us and you have mental health issues and substance abuse issues, we will provide all of your care, mental health, substance abuse, medical, and dental. If you come to us and we don't diagnose any mental health or substance abuse issues, we will see you medically and dentally for one visit, and then we will refer you to the other neighborhood clinic sites for your ongoing care.
I see. Okay. Thank you. That may be my list of questions. I think I'll just go back. Thank you, Mr. Shore. I'm just going to go back to staff on one last question. Mr. Busk and I had an exchange about this. I wanted to understand under going back to our municipal code. In this section of the municipal code, even though it's entitled Community Benefit and Community Benefit Housing Projects, when you actually get down into the language of making the findings, it's Community Benefit Project or Community Benefit Housing Project. So I wanted to be very clear with staff about whether or not a different list, a subset of these 4 findings or some aspects of the findings are particularly relevant or primarily or exclusively relevant to what I assume today is the Community Benefit Housing Project, unless you explain otherwise to me.
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Schwartz, if you look at subsection C with regards to livability, it says if the project includes residential units, so that one is particular to a housing project. So if it was a community benefit project that didn't have residential units, then the if would allow you to only make the 3
or civic
findings.
or something like that.
Right.
That would, we wouldn't have to make the livability finding. So that's the difference.
Yes, but in this case, it is residential units, so you'll need to make all 4.
That's why it's all 4. Okay. Madam Chair, I think those are my questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Okay, I just had a couple, and then we have a couple more lights on, I guess, for additional questions. I want to go over, I agree with Commissioner Schwartz. We're not here to discuss parking today, but I want to be clear on what's happening with the parking, because when we visited there, there's the parking spaces on the back, which are going to remain but get realigned at 90 degrees. Right. And then there's the parking that's going away for the building. So who parks in the parking that's going away right now?
Yes, and one of the things related to that is that we leased those 30 spaces because when Bartlett, Pringle, and Wolf built their building, they didn't provide adequate parking under their building. So they've leased those 30 spaces from us since Bernie McElhenney owned the buildings before us. We don't use those spaces at all.
Okay.
We're actually going to lose that source of revenue.
Right, okay. So do you park in what's going to become the 90-degree parking then?
So that 90-degree parking that we're proposing, what we're providing is 100% of the required commercial parking. And that's what is being shown there, where we are restriping the section on the flag lot there. And then we're providing those additional spaces that kind of tuck under the building.
Right.
One of those spaces is actually a dedicated van loading space that Sanctuary Centers provides a van for the services of their residents, which is heavily used. So we did include one extra parking space for that van.
Okay, thank you. And then I'd like to talk a little bit about 1123 Chapala. What is the distance again from that building to your proposed building?
And that is called out on this slide. From the face of their building, you see the 40 feet?
Yes.
That's the face of their building. To the closest face of our building is 40 feet. We then do, at that section, step back the 4th and the 5th floor. Right now, it's about 5 feet. I may try to do a little bit more as I massage this building to give it a little bit more airspace.
Okay, and they referenced, one of the speakers referenced a second floor deck on their building, and that, where is that? Is that?
That is on the corner that is to the south, adjacent to the Santa Barbara Foundation.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then, let's see. The next question, I was just curious, playing around with this. I understand the compatibility between unit size, unit count, and structural. So that made really good sense to me. Is there a reason why the larger units are on the accessible units are on the 4th and 5th floor? In other words, could those be on lower floors and that top floor be a little bit smaller? The top.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Chair Wiscombe. We actually looked at that earlier on. We had it located on the lower floors, but as I was looking at the design of the building, by putting it up on a higher floor, what I was able to do is carve out some of those higher floors with deck space. And so that's one of the reasons I presented that concept, because I could use some of I could carve away parts of that upper floor to make a more architectural interest. And by doing that, it seemed to be a big help for us. Because
a big help in terms of?
By providing that deck you see on the 4th floor and that community living area gave me more opportunity for creating architectural interest and carving the building back at that location.
Okay, so you're saying, are you saying then that there's an advantage to keeping the larger accessible units on the upper floors because you do have some flexibility then to do some other interesting things with the building there?
That's correct, because they have a relationship to that community living area. And so ideally, I wanted to put that on the 4th floor because that let me, introduce that deck. I'm now actually looking at even wrapping that deck around the other corner to even carve this down a little bit more.
Okay.
So if that makes sense. And I can't split the two. We need to kind of put these all together.
Okay, great. And then I think my last question is, most of my questions have been answered. Yeah, a couple questions, I guess, for Mr. Shore, if I may. Thank you, Ms. Perrone. So it's your 24-hour staff on the 4th and 5th floors. Are they travel? They don't. Excuse me, if you're going to talk, I'd appreciate it if you did it outside. Thank you. The 24-hour staff, are they? They don't live on site.
That's correct, Commissioner Wiscombe.
They do not.
It's the same as the staff in our co-occurring disorder program, which is open 7 days a week, including evenings, or our residential program on West Valerio Street. They work shifts.
Okay.
But they all commute or have some form of transportation. Even our doctor in the integrated care clinic rides a bicycle to work. So they would be commuting, yes.
Okay. Okay, so you have no one that's going to live in any of the units that's staffed?
No one will.
Okay.
And right now, our 2 existing apartment buildings, which comprise 36 units, there is no manager staff that lives there. We have 3 staff on call at any given time.
Right.
And as Santa Barbara Club likes to say, they've never had a problem with us in 25 years, but we don't have staff on site.
Okay, and do you have a wait list?
We do. We have over 80 people on the wait list.
That's what I thought. I thought you said 88 or something on the site visit. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've answered my questions. So now I think Commissioner Lodge had another question.
Yes, this isn't related to the design at all, but about how long. I understand that for the life of the building, these have to be rental units, but what about having a truly affordable project? Once it's approved as a community benefit thing, does that stay with the property for any length of time, or what's, yes?
Commissioner
Ms.
Lodge, it
Butterworth.
does depend on how the project's proposed and how it's approved. If the proposal is for all low-income units and that's how the Planning Commission approves it, then the lot area modification is based on that, and so it would be in perpetuity.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Mr. Busk or Mr. Bowman, will you remind me on the subsequent discretionary approvals, like the development plan, do any of those end up with conditions of approval?
Yes, they will have typical
Okay, so the
proposed conditions.
concerns we've heard about construction, noise, hours of operation, those will all be able to be addressed at that time.
Right.
Okay.
While we're on the subject of next steps, I meant to bring up earlier a typo in our staff report on page 6 where it talks about development plan, because we left in the old municipal code chapter 28 instead of the new zoning ordinance title. It's municipal code chapter 30.170.
Okay. And then some of today's hearings, I'm really impressed with both the softened response from the gentleman from Santa Barbara Club. I thank you from that, and the architect's willingness to keep working. The approval we're granting today just allows up to 60 feet of development. This could end up a 46-foot or a 59-foot as being presented. We're just allowing the extra 15 feet, however it ends up through the design process. Is that correct?
That's right, because
Okay.
it's still conceptual at
All right.
this point.
Thank you.
Commissioner Higgins?
I'm ready for comments if you are. Okay, so I can make the findings, and I'll explain a little bit about that. I am pretty uncomfortable with how the project's going to be proposed, and I think there is some work to be done in the process here with respect to maintaining that those findings, if that's where you're going to land. As one of the public comment speakers narrated, that which is the project need over the 45 foot height limit. There are a couple things though. I wasn't a fan of the Measure B program. Being reminded that the add-on to make the community benefit findings came outside of the ballot box as it relates to AUD makes me less inclined to find a reason to not make the findings. So we have a affordable housing and mental health crisis and emergency in this region, and so I think as a planner and during these proceedings everywhere in the South Coast, we can easily be trapped in those boxes that the planning department puts us in and has to work within themselves to find very narrow things to comment on and approve on and deliberate on that are always focused around what's ever happening inside property lines. And those projects have consequences outside of property lines. But our review is inside and with respect to very narrow findings. And those findings were written a long time ago, frankly, for a different context. So when we have such an emergency and a crisis, we simply have to start to find ways to say yes to some of these things rather than find ways to say no. Again, I do think it's a little bit awkward how you're proceeding, but you have other alternative ways of proceeding if this particular process didn't or entitlement doesn't suit you. So I'm interested in how that is going to turn out. I do understand that what is happening here is effectively a maximum working room with 59 feet, and that doesn't mean it's going to. Hopefully, that doesn't mean it's going to come back at a flat roof at 59 feet. This is a architectural feature that comes, and you'll have that extra room granted at least by me, but I realize fully you'll have a lot more work to do with the design review board, and it may not come back at 59 feet. And I can make the rest of the findings too, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can agree with everything I just heard, and in particular, really the only, well, let me just go through them. I really read that that demonstrated need a little different than I've heard a couple public speakers talk about. There's an or after related to the project's benefit to the community, not an and related to site constraints or in order to receive architectural qualities or whatever. There is a demonstrated need in the city for this type of housing and services, and more units equals a better attempt at meeting that need. Less units does not meet the need as well. So I can certainly find that. I have the same concerns you just heard on the order of exemplary design and making the will finding, but I get that that's the way we did that. We've done that before. I had some comments about it then, and that's just the way we move on. The livability, you may hear some more about that from others, but these people are generally coming off the street, and not from my frame of reference of moving into a real small unit, and this has to be like heaven. So the one finding I have trouble with a little bit is the sensitivity to context, and that's why I talked about breaking that part up into two parts. And I agree it is a little bit out of character with the neighboring properties. Part of that as a result of who was there first, BPW building. You were there first, you built. You oriented your building to the west and the sun and built accordingly. And somebody certainly was going to come along at some time and build 45 feet without a squawk from anybody. And I think, if we were sitting around over beers or something, you would have the same complaint over 45 feet as you do with something that's 59 feet, because it would offer the same impact to your building. In this particular case, I think the applicant's team has walked me through being able to both eliminate other alternatives that were there in the parcel and why, whether it was financial or site constraints or just also silly to throw 8 people in apartments out of a building for 2 years, and have painted a picture that they've got this tucked in, they've got it set back, they've shown adequate evidence to visually show that it's going to pop up here and there, but it's not going to stand out in the middle of nowhere like some of the other iconic tall buildings in town. So I can make all the findings. I've been doing this 10 years, and I go home most times and tell my wife I annoyed 50% of everybody I know today, which still may be the case today, but I think I get to also go home and say I've accomplished something really good. So good luck with this project.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In general, my thoughts follow those of Commissioner Jordan and Commissioner Higgins. I'd like to make some additional comments, though. I'm confident that somewhere between 45 and 60 feet, and I'm going back and forth between the language in our findings, the demonstrated need, project to exceed 45, and then under environmental review for a building up to 60, which is why I asked that previous question of staff. I want to understand, when we leave today, if the Planning Commission approves the request, are we still talking about on a discretionary, subjective basis as the project goes forward through, let's say, through ABR, is there a discretionary process that would limit this building now to 45, regardless of what the Planning Commission does today? I'm actually not clear now. I thought I was clear, but I think I need somebody to confirm if we need, to staff or Ms. Ostranger, do we need in our motion anything clearer so that as the project moves forward, let's say if the Planning Commission does not want to constrain the height to 45, that it doesn't get constrained to 45, just as an example. So what needs to happen today? I'm not clear in terms of a motion regarding this range of 45 to 60. Before I vote, eventually, I would just like clarification from that on that.
Commissioner Schwartz through Chair Wiscombe, your motion would be to make the findings and allow the building up to X feet.
Up to 60. That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Up to 60, up to 59, whatever, if you want to say
But
60.
no greater than 60, but up to 60. I mean, demonstrated need. Applicant has adequately demonstrated need for the project to exceed 45 feet in height. So what we're saying today is, we're saying, if we do, exceed 45, but then an environmental review proposal for a building up to 60 feet in height. So I'm looking at the guardrails. That's what I'm trying to understand. So, okay, maybe someone who makes the motion, one of my colleagues, will clear that up for me at that point in time.
Chair Wiscombe?
Yes, please,
And
Mr.
Commissioner
Baumann.
Schwartz. The applicant is requesting to be allowed the flexibility to go up to 60 feet when they proceed forward with their design of this project. That's the request to the commission from the applicant, is to be allowed the flexibility in their design to go up to 60 feet.
Okay. I want to hear
I think what Commissioner Schwartz is asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, is so if the commission approves the request to go to 60 feet, then when they get through design review can't come back and say it's too tall, you can only go 45.
That's right.
That's my question.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Wiscombe.
Correct.
Okay, I hope we're all clear about that, but I'll keep going.
No, they can't change that then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, comments. I want to go back to a word that probably gets referenced in written communications and verbal communications to our commission and to City Council on a regular basis. This word impacts. Where there are humans living on the land and doing what humans do, there are impacts. So it's a question, to me, it's very interesting. It's a subjective interpretation of and an opinion about whose impacts are more or less desirable than others. And the fact of the matter is, we're living in an urban setting. It's dense. We have to figure out ways to get along and improve our community life together. And what I would hope as this project moves forward, and we've had others, I want to say similar, that have come before Planning Commission during my tenure, which is the same tenure as Commissioner Jordan's, and that overlap with Commissioner Lodge and so forth, is that we balance policy, regulation, with the need for community, with the need for community needs in mind. And it's interesting to me that probably the two themes I hear at council every Tuesday, homelessness and housing, quite frankly, those two. Now, how do we address those together? As this project moves forward, this is an important project to do just that. And I think I even heard from those who had concerns today, and thank you all for coming out. I know some had to leave, but thank you all, regardless of your views and your concerns, because we do want to get it right. And I personally want to balance the need for the use of land for wraparound services, housing, etc., to alleviate the homelessness situation that we have and that we've had for decades. This is not new for Santa Barbara. Some people say, it's a crisis, it's exploding. I've been here too long to tell you that. It actually was worse before Casa Esperanza was created, because we had homeless encampments distributed throughout the city, and there were other issues pertaining to that. So to the extent that we can use our land in corridors where it's close to services, it's close to public transportation, there aren't the need for cars. Also, the clients, the residents, don't have even the financial means and other wherewithal to own and have cars. That's helpful to have in the urban core. This is an important expansion of residents and services to do just that. And let me say to some remarks by Mr. Shore of Sanctuary Centers, I'm really dismayed to hear that we still have in our community stigma, and I'm going to say prejudice. It breaks my heart. I'm going to try to keep it together, okay? Whether you're looking for office space or these residents are looking for housing, We are better than that. Come on, community. I can't believe that we're still discriminating. It's like redlining and gerrymandering. So I say, let's come together on this. Let's figure out sensitive architecture, sensitive contextual architectural planning, residential housing with wraparound services to actually effectively address these issues, the housing crisis, homelessness. This is the only way to do it. So with that, I just want to move forward in a more rational moment and less emotional moment. I apologize for that, but this very important decision today and what we're dealing with. It's already been mentioned, I think, by some of my colleagues that this is an ideal location. Is the height exactly right as we see it today? Maybe not, but I have confidence between our design review board, feedback from members of the public. You're going to stay engaged and hopefully productively so. How can we work together to compromise and address neighboring concerns, whether it's the Santa Barbara Club or Bartlett Pringle Wolf owners, occupants, etc. And I know this applicant team, and I'm confident, so I'm telling you I'm confident, and you're going to follow through on my confidence that you are going to do everything possible to try to sensitively and effectively address the concerns. And I think this will be a better project for it. I think this is going to be a great project, and I really hope all of the neighbors can come together to embrace the project. Maybe we'll be at a new place as a city when we do this too. That's my hope. Okay, I just came back from Washington, D.C., and I have renewed optimism that we can lift our city up and actually do better than what's going on in Washington, D.C. in some regards, but we have to do it together. So it's kind of two different aisles here, those who sat over here and those who sat over here, but I want to say, let's come together, as corny as that sounds, to figure this out. I'm confident we can do it, and I'm willing to support the findings. Let me just go to those and remark that even though we don't have our city historian here today, Nicole Hernandez, the evaluation that she's made, and that's written into our staff report on page 5, I greatly respect Nicole Hernandez. And if she has done her due diligence in evaluating the sensitivity to context, in particular regarding our resources, our cultural resources, historic resources, and so forth, that's good enough for me if Nicole Hernandez has given it her stamp of approval. So this has a ways to go. We don't even have a full application in. Let me just say to that end, whatever tools, regulatory policy tools this applicant team needs to expedite the process, and yes, to still compromise and balance all that I've said, I want to support that. Whether that means shifting the way the application is submitted, I mentioned 2 state laws, whatever it takes. In my opinion, time is not on the side of a multi-unit housing project getting done. I want this to get done, but again, balance neighbor satisfaction, and I'm really confident that that can happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. I thought that the testimony on both sides was very thought-provoking. I particularly appreciated the fact that even though some of you stood up here and have concerns about the project going through and the height limit, that you were able to also stand up here and say that Sanctuary Centers is working with you and that they're a partner with you in some of your concerns. So I thought that was, there were no negative comments about Sanctuary Centers. Everyone stood up and said how great they are and how much they're trying to be a good neighbor. So I think that's very important. I had questioned Ms. Perrone about the distances from the other buildings because we have heard some concern. I'm satisfied with the distances from the existing buildings, and I think, if anything, they'll probably get a little bit further away with your continued architectural work. Concept phase is difficult, I know. So, and I know you'll work hard to reduce it as much as you can. And I can support all the findings. I think, like some of my fellow commissioners, D, sensitivity to context, was probably the most difficult for me. But again, I go back to the distances, and I think that we've done some good work there. So I would like to understand better, though, the condition if we approve the height to 60 feet, which I think is what we're going to do today. What is a condition about this being community benefit in perpetuity? Is that or how do we put that in there? In other words, or that we ensure that this building, for the life of this building, serves needs of people with needs. Is there a way to do that?
Chair Wiscombe, you can word the finding however you feel it is appropriate. The city's definition of community benefit housing does include rental housing with no income restrictions or limitations. So just to keep that in mind. But in terms of crafting your findings, you could add additional findings about the specific use that's proposed, just to strengthen the fact that it is this specific project and these specific uses that are helping you to make the findings.
Okay.
Specifically, in terms of the finding for demonstrated need, you could be more specific in referencing the use, the low-income housing, those types of things.
Okay. So in other words, we could add some additional wording to that finding if we wanted to? I don't...
Chair Wiscombe, you could, but keeping in mind this is going in under, I believe, AUD. So it's going to be restricted in any event to rental housing, which
right.
is, and the community benefit is going along with that. So
right. Okay. So what you're saying is, Ms. Ostringer, we've pretty much covered it then, since it's under that program.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good. That's all I have. Commissioner Lodge.
Well, just on that last question, the way the AUD ordinance is worded, it is for the, well, it doesn't say for the life of the building, which is what I thought it was going to say. It says something about as long as that density is maintained.
Right.
It has to be rental, but it doesn't say anything about affordability.
Yeah, correct, not yet.
Not yet.
But to that point, just remember, we're early in the conceptual phase. This is just getting to the height. It's still going to come back. We've still got Mr. Bauman iterated the next steps, and we need modifications and development plans. So it's going to come back, and there'll be places for conditions of approval and such.
Okay, well, I certainly will. If I'm involved, I'm certainly going to be looking for that kind of condition with a restriction to the kind of use that the building has. Okay, and when it comes back to us. After going through all of this, I'm not restricted to, I see a need for the being more than 45 feet. I don't see it all the way to the 60, but because there's not a point in between, I will vote for a motion to, after all.
And do you want to make the motion with the findings? Or I'm not trying to put you on the spot. If you prefer not to. It's just that your mic was on.
Yeah. Oh. Well,
the findings are on.
Need to make the findings.
Here on page 4 of the staff report. Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. See if I can- Okay, make the finding. move to make that the Planning Commission make the findings on page 4 and 5 of the staff report, and go to the next step on environmental review.
Yes, I think
that's like a
Mr.
preliminary.
Baumann, we have to make a finding on environmental, do we? Or
That's right. It's on page 6 of the staff report.
okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
That the Planning Commission's action on the exception to height limitation qualifies for an exemption from further environmental review. I think, is that all we need? Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll second Commissioner Lodge's motion.
Okay, that's great. Is there any further discussion? Is your light on to vote, or because you...
Discussion.
Commissioner Higgins, go ahead.
As queried. About the conversation with respect to the conditions or whatnot about the maintaining the community benefit aspect of the project, I'll be looking for, when it comes back, a condition that limits the project to the services that are being provided. Won't be a fan of a condition that allows the project to opt out into rental housing only. So I'm making the finding based on the community need for the services.
Thank you for that. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, carries unanimously. And that, just to be clear, that's up to 60 feet, as is in here, on page 6 of the staff report. Yeah.
And that's the way the finding is written on
Yes.
page 6.
Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you all for coming. This is appealable now. We have a 10-day appeal period. So anyone that would like to appeal this to City Council may do so within the next 10 days. Thank you. Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break.
Madam Chair?
Yes, and Commissioner Jordan?
I have a time constraint this evening, so I will not be coming back from break.
Okay, thank you. Proposed amendments include Section 30.185.290, Section 27.03.010, Section 27.07.030, and a new Chapter 27.50. And with that, we'll turn it over to Mr. Colon. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Wiscombe, members of the Commission. It's actually quite refreshing to look at you from this angle, so I appreciate the opportunity. Before I begin, I want to let everyone know that we do have interpretive services available. Mr. Alva in the front row will be able to assist. I'd like him to announce the availability of his services.
Welcome. Why don't you step up? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Si necesitan servicios en español, aquí estoy presente para ayudarles. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So this project began in late 2016 and really got going in 2017. I've put it mentally in the same category as Measure C, believe it or not. It is a generational commitment that was made in the early 80s by the city that we now get to renew for our children and neighbors who live in mobile home parks in Santa Barbara. With that as an opening, we'll go through quite a bit of background. This is a complicated area of the law, and there are a number of proposals before you. I want to try and help integrate those for you. And let's get rolling. So mobile homes are a very unusual form of residency, and California law has slowly adapted to recognize that. The reason those two paragraphs up there are in quotations is that they come from a case in 1984 called Hall versus City of Santa Barbara. That was a case in which Mr. Americaner, who was here a few minutes ago, represented the city quite ably up through to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And after the Hall case was tried, the city had to modify its mobile home regulations. I'll talk about that. This is a shrinking list of parks in the community. This came from 2015, so the notes under park name may not be entirely correct. In 2016, I attended a meeting at the Flamingo with, I believe, Sue Gray and some council members, and there was concern about both displacement and the potential loss of affordable housing, either through conversion of the parks or other issues. So the council ultimately directed us to go ahead and update the regulations, but they did set a target, and that was to follow the county's ordinance insofar as its protections for relocation assistance and the other financial components that go into protecting parks. And we'll talk about why they need protecting in a minute. So I need to note that this is very complex. It involves property rights. The integration with rent control is very, very important. I'm sure you'll hear about that from the public today. And rent control is one of the areas where the government regulates an economic marketplace. We always need to be super cautious because, honestly, we're not that good at it. No one is. It's very difficult to do. And rent control, like any other regulation, can have unintended effects as well as those that you wish. It's important also to understand that the ordinances before you call for really heavily quantitative work. There's a lot of arithmetic involved to determine the rights of the people, and that will influence who gets to make the decisions when in what we're recommending. And the state preemption has grown dramatically. Back in 1984, when Mr. Americaner and the council were addressing this, we were relatively free of state regulation. We had only the 1978 state mobile home residency law, and cities had a wide swath of power that, as you discussed earlier with SB 35 or any number of laws the legislature is now taking away from us. So mobile home rent control is worth talking about as a preface to these laws because it explains them. In 1978, the basic residency law was enacted. It provided something like just cause eviction protection for mobile home owners, and it allowed for homes to remain in parks after sale. In September of '84, the city enacted its first rent control ordinance, and within a couple of months, the Halls, who owned Los Amigos, sued the city under the federal civil rights law. That's what USC 1983 is. They claimed that because of the unique ownership structure of mobile homes, the vacancy control component of the city's rent control, which holds the rent control rent in place even if the owner sells the unit, that by restricting the value on sale that way, the law had effectively shifted a component of the Hall's bundle of property rights to the coach owners, the homeowners. And that fundamental determination was a landmark decision at the time. It began, though, with the district court ruling for the city, and then Justice Kaczynski on the Ninth Circuit accepted the notion that if what the Halls had pled in their complaint was true, it would affect a taking of property. With that kind of news, the city tried to get review in the U.S. Supreme Court, supported by an organization you may hear about today called GISMAL. GISMAL is the Golden State Mobile Home Owners League, and the arm-pumping representative in the audience will be of great use to you as a resource. The league is very, very helpful on these issues. You should feel free to interrogate them about what their needs are, and they know more than your staff on many of these issues because they live in the parks and they work with the owners day to day. After the district court issued a memorandum of decision saying that it was inclined to rule against the city because of this 10% cap on rent increases when there's a vacancy, the city ran back, the city attorney came back to the council quite quickly, and in September of '89 amended the rent control ordinance to its current form that includes vacancy decontrol. Now, you can imagine that vacancy decontrol, meaning the opportunity to increase rent by any amount when a homeowner leaves, is a very, very powerful incentive to drive out residents. So it is the existence of rent control that creates the incentive to close or convert parks into another more economically productive use. The laws that we're talking about today, the ordinances that we're talking about today, are designed to prevent park owners from evading rent control through sham conversions or through closures or conversions that create mitigable impacts on the homeowners. So that's really the backdrop that we need to work with. I mentioned this earlier. There's been recognition since the 80s that we need to regulate conversions. The law has been settled, so this is not a new policy. This is core policy reflected in the housing element of the general plan. The housing element recognized rather ominously a significant drop in the number of mobile home and permanent RV spaces in town or units in town. That's a direct loss of relatively affordable housing. When we audited the ordinance after being directed by the City Council, we concluded that it was very outdated, that there had been substantial changes in state law, and equally important, the relocation calculation methodology was very vague and very outdated. So a lot of what we tried to do was put in numbers in places where there were words like reasonable In our current ordinance, which is on the screen before you, you can see that the duty to mitigate impact, mitigate the impacts of relocation is the same as under current law. But when you look at the type of assistance, it's very vague. There's nothing specific. It's adequate. It's reasonable. What does that mean in practice? How do you administer that? I can say that when this was drafted, there wasn't much guidance in state law or in the courts, so it would have made sense to use very broad terms and then resolve it with the decision makers. Now we have more concrete data. We have better guidance from the courts and from the state legislature about what we need to know so we can make these things more specific. In terms of relocation benefits, I think you'll see that with the moving expenses at 1.5 times monthly rent or $2,000, it was substantially under the county's $3,000 and $7,000 limit. So that dollar differential was very obvious. Likewise, the city's impact analysis called for looking at other parks that are within reasonable proximity to the city. One of the great efforts in this was to come up with a number that we could use. The county uses 25 miles. We looked at everything from 25 to 50. The ordinance committee settled on 35. I'm sure the council will be very interested in what you have to say about that number. Under our ordinance, another problem is that this relocation is determined by the applicant. The better model that the county follows is that the closure impact report is prepared by a specialist who knows that trade or profession and can provide the kind of information that, the kind of quantitative information about moving expenses, availability of spaces, all of that kind of detail that when it comes from the applicant, you would have to apply filters to assure it was objective. What our ordinances are moving to here is that the relocation specialist would be a person approved by the city, and that eliminates the need to be skeptical about the quality of the data. Another defect in our ordinance is that the residents were really left alone to figure it out on their own, in the sense that there's no requirement for park owners when they're going through a conversion or closure to provide informational meetings or other assistance to residents, and there's no requirement to provide relocation consultants to provide that kind of hand-holding support that any of us would need if we were threatened with involuntary removal from our home. That's what we're talking about, involuntary removal from your home. You can see by contrast the county is very specific. It has to be an informational meeting and a qualified counselor to work with the residents. So with those kind of very general background pieces about how we want to get more specific, let's talk about the ordinances in front of you. The first one deals with conversion and closure. And we're working here not only in a state law environment that's changed, but with the measuring stick of the county ordinance. So when you look at the ordinance, the preamble, which is up on the screen, describes that the point of this impact report is to let us develop mitigation measures that will ease the impact of closure on the residents who would be displaced. That's what this is about. The effect of that mitigation, of course, is to drive up the cost of conversion or closure, but that provides an incentive or a greater assurance that the conversion will be bona fide and not a means of evading rent control. So that's number one. It's presented to you in an unusual font. It's redlined because Title 30 simply incorporated the old version from Title 28. So we have amended that in Title 30 and tried to stay true to the original NZO formatting. The second one is probably the most important and the newest. Between 1984 and 2019, the State Subdivision Map Act, which we don't do a lot of business under here in Santa Barbara because we don't do a lot of subdivisions, but the State Subdivision Map Act was amended to contemplate conversions of mobile home parks to resident ownership. That can be a good thing. It can also be used as a sham to evade rent control. So the ordinance before you, Chapter 2750, implements the Subdivision Map Act and case law in order to assure that resident conversions are bona fide. The ordinance provides that the applicant must conduct a survey of the residents to determine their support. If more than 50% of the residents support conversion to resident ownership, a rebuttable presumption that it is a bona fide conversion arises. So, long story short, if more than half the park supports conversion, it's very difficult to stop under state law. And our ordinance is meant to reflect that. On the other hand, if the conversion is a sham, we would detect that through the resident surveys. The third ordinance deals with who the decision maker ought to be. I apologize for delaying your meeting. I was mentioning to some of the people in the audience why this particular provision is here. The so-called Chief of Building and Zoning in Title II of the Municipal Code is your Community Development Director, but that particular designation includes very broad power to delegate functions out to other people. The Chief of Building and Zoning would likely delegate the hearing officer function for a mobile home park conversion or closure application to a highly qualified either administrative law judge or kind of an assessment engineer, somebody familiar with finance, so they could do an economic assessment. If you look at the celebrated or notorious closures around the state, almost invariably the city's brought in a hearing officer, and it's beneficial to both the applicant, the residents, and the city. The hearing officer's job is to build you, the Planning Commission, and City Council as the second and third tier appeal decision makers, is to build you a solid quantitative record so that whatever decisions you make about how much money is required to compensate the park residents for the cost of relocation can be defended with real hard numbers. So during your discussion of findings on the last matter, by way of contrast, I'm aware the Commission's understanding this, but I want the audience to understand as well. The findings you made on the last matter required the exercise of a lot of judgment, a lot of discretion. They talk about things like compatibility. The findings you need to make on a mobile home park conversion are how many dollars does it take to compensate for the increased rent that the resident's going to pay at another park? How many dollars do you pay to move the coach? So they're very precise quantitative numbers. I would feel remiss dumping that kind of work either on the commission or on staff without some expertise. So this third ordinance is really just trying to set up the process so we get the best possible record and the most defensible decisions. The last one is just a hook in the subdivision ordinance for non-resident conversions. And this is to make it clear that a resident impact report is also required when the conversion is not to resident ownership, but to some other use, like an AUD or otherwise. So those are the four ordinances. Two big ones, Title 30, governing conversion, Title 27, governing conversion to resident ownership, and then the decision maker, chief of building and zoning, and finally a hook in the tentative map part of the subdivision ordinance so that a resident impact report has to be prepared for a non-resident conversion. Let's talk about the issues. And we're about 75% through. I've done these in comparative fashion. Some of this is duplicative. The left side in all of these slides is the city's language. The right side is the county's. So the base relocation duty is pretty soft in both instances. The proposed relocation duty before you today establishes the same goal straight out of the Subdivision Map Act, but does settle on a 35-mile radius. Now, here is a graph made, or rather a graphic made from the data that are on the tables in your staff report. And these are concentric rings giving you an idea of what 25 to 50 miles looks like. I don't know that there is a solid quantitative way to know what the right distance is. The county's at 25. We do know, or we can assume, I think, or reasonably infer that if the radius is further away, it's likely that space rents would be lower, but relocation expenses would be higher. If the spot is closer, relocation expenses would be lower, but the compensation for higher rents is likely to be greater. So for example, what I'm saying is if you were confining relocation to Goleta or Carpinteria, they're likely going to pay higher space rents than they would in Santa Maria. But the moving expense would be less to move 10 miles than 50 miles. So those two components of compensation work against each other, and that's where some good wisdom and art is really required in defining this geographical distance number.
Mr. Colon, may I ask you a question at this point?
Yes, please.
The 35-mile radius is what's in the proposed ordinance. Was that figure established by staff, or I know it came from in the staff report. It talks about what you analyzed to get to that point, but did staff finally decide on that? Or was that council direction?
That was direction from the ordinance committee, Chair Wiscombe, but with a recommendation from staff that within 35 miles it's in the staff report that's attached to your report, there are about 6,000 spaces within 35 miles. So I thought that if I were a park owner, more importantly, I thought that if I were a judge, I would think it was very fair that there were 6,000 spaces out there that we were allowing people to move to if they were available. So if you shrink the radius, you're going to reduce the number of available spaces.
Right.
I didn't analyze whether 25 miles is unreasonable. I don't think it is. That's the number the county uses. But
the county is much bigger than the city, so that covers a lot more area. That's okay. So I was just trying to get to the where that came from. So did that figure then, was that actually direction from the ordinance committee?
It was, but they want your input.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Here again, you can see, I mentioned this earlier, the difference in expenses available is pretty dramatic between the county ordinance and what we currently have. The proposal in your ordinance varies depending on whether the home can be relocated or not. So I'm going to go through a couple of scenarios. If the home can be relocated, you get the moving expense plus rent differential for 12 months. That's the compensation. If it can't be relocated, the park converter needs to buy it at the in-place appraised value. That was strongly desired by the park residents. It's in the county ordinance, and it's in the proposal. If it's not a mobile home, and there are, as we know, structures in some of these parks that are not mobile homes, moving is available if requested, otherwise a rent differential payment. And finally, if the occupant is not a permanent resident of the park or is a permanent resident as a renter, they get moving costs as well, as described on this slide. The Ordinance Committee did increase the payments to displaced renter households to $9,000 and $11,000, which was an increase from $7,000 and $9,000 that were originally proposed. We've covered this already. We're using a specialist now to prepare the closure impact reports. 2750. I discussed this, I'll say it again. The point of this ordinance is to make sure that conversions are not shams to avoid rent control. Technical decision making, we discussed. Highly data-driven technical issues. And finally, we are adding the same sort of analysis that happens for resident conversions under the State Subdivision Map Act to our tentative map ordinance so that non-resident conversions have the same protections. And I'm open to questions.
Commissioner Schwartz, did you have a question you wanted to ask?
Well, just with one slide, I'm sure I'll have more, but Mr. Kalan, on slide 40, the second bullet point, if home cannot be relocated, for example, would an example of that be the Punta Gorda property? Since those are on fixed foundations, those are not, but they were constructed under the State Mobile Home Park Act.
It may be, Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Schwartz, but it's really more focused on the kind of exclusion standards that many parks have. Many older homes are not accepted in parks. They only allow newer models. And so back to the first slide, mobile homes are extraordinarily difficult to move.
Okay, thank you. I'll have more questions later. Thanks.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. Mr. Cologne, on your slide 8, you highlighted one thing that's been a thorn in the city's side going back a few years here, significant state preemption. I didn't see anything in the draft, and maybe there's no way to do it, but is there any thought to how we can keep the state from doing something to us again, like happened on that so-called mobile home park between Punta Gorda and Highway 101? I think everybody on this commission and a lot of people in town think the state really pulled the wool over our eyes. They're calling that a mobile home park when in effect they're two-story townhomes that were trucked to the site and put on raised foundation and roofs put on them. So what can we do to preclude having the state do something like this to us again?
Not much other than private agreements with the park owners. As long as they are characterized as mobile home parks by the state, Title 24 jurisdiction will be preemptive on building type issues. The Punta Gorda was complicated further by really a settlement effort. The city had been at it on that for a good 7-8 years. Mr. Vincent, you'll recall, had worked extensively on it. So I can't say we didn't see that coming, unfortunately.
The thing that was of concern to many of us was the fact that by the state taking control over it, disallowed us from even applying standard setbacks from Sycamore Creek, for example, density issues, and in effect, the buildings that were built there are not in any stretch of the imagination mobile. They're effectively permanent townhomes, but the state allowed them to be built under the mobile home law, which seemed to be an awful stretch, at least to me. And I guess from what you're saying, as long as the state decrees that those are mobile homes, they can do whatever they want. I spoke to HED myself, the division director, and he basically stated that's the way they approach it. And thank you very much, get out of my face.
Mr. Stoffler, your chief building official, actually went to Riverside to work through the files with the head of our region, and you're correct.
Okay. I have one other question since I lost that one. Well, I didn't think there was anything, but, one can only hope. The other question is on the 35-mile distance. Did you look at, and was it even viable to consider not just an arbitrary distance, but what is the nearest available open spot that somebody could move to? Let's say there is nothing available within 35 miles, but there's something at 38 miles, just pulling numbers out of the air. Did you look at that as an either-or, so many miles or whatever is the closest available?
We did not, but it's conceivable that that could be an option.
Okay. That's all the questions I had at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Commissioner Campanella?
Thank you. Just following up on Commissioner Thompson's question. Rather than a radius, was it looked at perhaps a cluster? In other words, you have these circles going out, but there could be an area, let's say Lompoc, Santa Maria area or North County, where if you do a circle around there might be some significant number of parks. So the distance might be 45 or 50 miles, but the concentration of parks available might serve a better purpose than just doing one strict radius.
We tried to, Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Campanella, we tried to do that in the way the data are presented in the staff report. Those graphs are weighted by the number of spaces at each distance. So the median that's drawn is a weighted number based on the number of spaces in each park.
So, okay, so that weighting is part of the equation. It's
Correct.
not just a strict radius.
Correct.
It's radius plus, are you out in the ocean or the boondocks or some place that really doesn't make sense and there's nothing there. So you looked at the concentration.
Absolutely.
In a particular area. Okay.
Yeah.
On the parks that we have in town, do any of them have the fact that the park owner also owns the residences themselves, and then they lease those to people?
I don't know that.
Okay. Would that make any difference on relocation? Let's say you're a month-to-month lease, or you're a tenant, and the park owner also owns the residences. Would there be compensation available for the tenants that are being relocated, even though they don't own the physical residence?
We made provision for renters. Yes, is the answer.
Okay. So, and that renter could be somebody who's leasing from the park owner or subleasing from the owner of a residence that has a right to be in the park?
Yes, I'll confirm the definition if you give me a minute, but I believe so.
Okay, so it's any renter, no matter how whoever their lease is with, the fact is that they're going to have to be relocated. I guess that's my question.
I believe that's correct. Let me confirm it.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Cologne's looking that up. We'll finish up with commissioner questions, I think, and then we'll move into public comment. We have quite a few speaker slips here. So when I open public comment, you'll all get 2 minutes. Do we need translation of this at this point, do you think? Or not? No. Okay. We'll all get, you all get 2 minutes, and there's a timer on the podium. If you just come up to the podium and state your name, and then you'll get 2 minutes to speak. And it will be after we finish up with our questions. Okay? So it'll just be a few more minutes. Thank you.
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Campanella, there's no distinction based on who owns the coach that's being rented.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Campanella. Commissioner Higgins.
For Mr. Klon, why are we not seeing new parks being created here or in our region?
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Higgins, I really don't know. It is a very unusual form of ownership, and it may be that the economics aren't there for it anymore.
So I looked at this a little bit a few years ago, and I think it comes down to neighborhood compatibility, or NIMBYism with, conversions of some other form, or greenfield conversion. It's political will, to do something like that. But it seems as though with the emphasis on affordable housing coming from the state and the relatively successful sort of affordability that's built into these parks, we should be seeing some of that happen somewhere in the state, but it's happening literally nowhere in the state, I guess. So with that, I wonder, maybe the answer is obvious for my next question, is whether or not part of this program could involve mitigation, fees to support a new park somewhere else in the county. So if a park is going to close, that there then be some form of, fund similar to affordable housing, where we have inclusionary fees that go towards a housing authority, to finance other units. But maybe that's a rhetorical question for another time, or for our public speakers to answer.
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Higgins, all I can say is that's outside the scope of what the council had asked us to get into.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wait till. Mr. Kahlon, the titling of the documents references mobile home and permanent recreational vehicle parks. Is the permanent reference, is that synonymous with manufactured homes, which are the Punta Gorda homes, to my knowledge?
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Schwartz, no, I think it's synonymous with anything that gets state regulated.
Under the Mobile Home Park Act, right?
I think so.
All kind of housing.
In all candor, it's a carryover from what was done earlier, and I didn't want to risk leaving out anyone who had been protected before. I don't know that we have one of those at this point.
Well, I ask because former Assistant City Attorney Scott Vincent and I had quite a bit of communication about Punta Gorda, and that prompted me to do research of the State Mobile Home Park Act. And going off my memory here, but I'm pretty sure that's the subsection of manufactured homes. The Punta Gorda proper homes are manufactured homes, to I think a question or comment that Commissioner Thompson had. Okay, so is it a catch-all? Are manufactured homes assumed to be governed by these new ordinances?
A manufactured home could be licensed, I suppose, and placed in a mobile home park, but we're not really regulating the homes there. What we're talking about is how those businesses can change or unwind. And the business in this case is the leasing of land. So,
okay. So I just want to be clear. So we currently don't, nor do these ordinances have any bearing on manufactured homes like Punta Gorda that fall under the Mobile Home Park Act, the state law, right? That whatever's happening over there, and I don't know, whatever city jurisdiction or authority we have is not related to what we're looking at today and what would be enacted under these ordinances.
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Schwartz, if you're asking whether Punta Gorda is still subject to this ordinance, I don't know. But
Okay.
all of the parks that we have that I listed on the slide
Yes.
that have not converted certainly are.
I see. Okay. Let's see. Then I wanted to ask you on slide 35, which is entitled Existing City versus County Relocation Duty. Some of the words in the red italicized language, park owner has made reasonable efforts to prepare relocation assistance program, which mitigates any significant, so there's some words I want to ask you about, like where are they defined? Any significant, reasonable, adequate. How do we deal with interpretations of those, since I think that'll come up at some point in terms of legal challenges or...
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Schwartz, the ordinance prescribes the mitigation that's required to eliminate those significant adverse impacts. So the ordinance declares that the closures or conversions cause those impacts, and then provides the formulas to mitigate.
Okay, then to our staff report. I was recalling, maybe it's in the last 10 years, a lawsuit against the county. It was on the mobile home park. Is it San Vicente on Cathedral Oaks? Remember that? There was a lot of media coverage about that. I was just wondering if I'm correct. And I know there was a lawsuit. I know the county dealt with the lawsuit. Has the adjudication of that been factored into anywhere in the documents we're considering, or do you remember? I don't know. I know you were in Santa Barbara at the time, but
yeah, Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Schwartz. No, I wasn't concerned with that. What we looked at, and we comprised myself and a lawyer named Amy Grayson, who is with a firm called Richards, Watson and Gershon, among other claims to fame. They represented Carson for a number of years, and Carson's a very notable jurisdiction for mobile homes. So anyway, highly expert assistance. What we tried most to do was stay well within the boundaries of case law arising under the Subdivision Map Act, so that the relocation processes and the determination of resident support, all of the things that go with resident conversion, are as far as I'm concerned, rock solid under existing law.
Okay.
I feel very good about them. Now, more data to support the $9,000 and $11,000 figures would be wonderful, but I think they are on their face reasonable. So.
Okay. And I don't remember how that was resolved, the settlement with that case. I'm pretty sure it was, you know where I mean, San Vicente on Cathedral Oaks, yeah, just past 154. Okay. Let's see, just a couple of others, I think. On page 5 of our staff report, talks about the inventory of mobile home spaces, Santa Barbara County, City of Ventura, City of Oxnard. Now, this general section prompted a question, and I heard, I think, part of this question asked perhaps by Commissioner Thompson. I'm curious, though, if there are no vacancies, I don't know if that's the case ever, how can the owner move the tenant without, do we establish vacancy first? How does that process work? I mean, the whole relocation. To pay fairly for relocation to comparable parks, do we have to establish that there's an acceptable destination, place to go?
It varies depending on the category that you're dealing with, and we had broken it into homes that can be relocated, homes that can't be relocated, and renters, and they each get different categories of compensation. And they include, depending which category, relocation, if it can be done. If not, purchase in place. Rental subsidy.
Oh, to purchase in place comment, tell me a little bit about that. Just define that for me, if you would.
It's an obligation for the applicant, the person trying to convert the park, to pay the appraised value of the coach in place in the park, meaning not its value disconnected from the land, but its value as a home in the park.
Okay.
That's significant for the residents.
Yeah, I would think so. That's why I wanted to get that explanation from you. Thank you.
And then the third category, again, renters would be provided a subsidy and moving expenses to wherever they're going to end up living.
So regardless of whether there are any vacant spaces in any of the, whatever the geographically defined areas, but basically, here's the payment, you know, hope you can find a space within this radius. No?
No, let me work you through it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. If you, a particular ordinance and.
I apologize for not paginating this thing. It's, like I said, we tried to stay true to the format of the NZO, and that was a big mistake.
That's okay. Maybe you could just talk me through it, and then I can at least.
It's in section N,
conceptually.
so that's what I'm working my way back to.
We have page numbers, thankfully, because we had requested them some time ago, and now we have pagination.
I apologize.
No problem.
So I'm looking at N1, relocation assistance. I apologize, I can't give you a page number.
Okay. N1.
And it explains that if they pay so the first instance, these are homes that can be relocated. The applicant pays all costs related to moving the mobile home within 35 miles. If no spaces are available, it can also be moved to a homeowner-approved receiving site as requested by the homeowner.
I see. Okay. That helps.
It describes that relocation includes all disassembly and moving costs. If it can't be relocated, then the purchase in place. So that's
okay. I
how
got
it
it.
works.
Then also on page 5 of our staff report, the section, it's number 2, resident ownership conversion. In this quoted paragraph here, there's a reference to a subdivided unit or condominium. So under the Mobile Home Park Act, are these units synonymous with condominiums, or am I not reading this correctly? The word, the term condominium sort of threw me off here in this.
They may, I've never seen it done that way, but they may have been throwing that in not to exclude the possibility.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And then I think my last question is about enforcement. So at the bottom of page 5, and you referenced this, who decides? So next proposed ordinance, okay, it amends, shifts the initial subdivision decision-making to the chief of building and zoning. So I just wanted to understand enforcement, about whether building enforcement, our policies, our practices are applicable to mobile home parks units, just like any other residential units?
No.
No, okay. Well, how does that work?
Well,
if you
by
could just
enforcement,
give me a little primer, educate me. Yeah, that would be helpful.
Sure. Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Schwartz, enforcement in this context is, I think of as being pretty simple, because the park residents have a very strong incentive, and with our revisions, we are assisting them by providing relocation counselors. So not only would Gizmal be available to provide information, the park owner has to make sure that the playing field is level. So that's the kind of enforcement I'm concerned with, and I feel comfortable with it. Building standards are not part of this.
Yeah, that kind of thing, health and safety.
No, again, the construct here is that the park is threatened with closure or conversion, so we're not so worried about the condition of the park.
Well, I think just this general topic and thinking through this prompted that question for me, especially now that you are bringing in a new enforcement attorney
Yes.
full-time. I was wondering what kind of other enforcement, health and safety enforcement, building code enforcement we'll be doing in the mobile home parks. And is that to be discussed or not today? And
we haven't thought specifically about parks as being a place needing enforcement. Obviously, if it comes up, we would do that.
we've heard some testimony. When was it? When last year, when we removed the mobile home parks from the AUD map, we had public testimony here about some of the conditions. No, that wasn't our purview in those hearings, but nonetheless, we heard from some of the members of the public about the conditions. So not just the financial side, but also the conditions, and that's what I was remembering, that public testimony. And
Chairwoman, Commissioner Schwartz, in my experience, many of the older parks have sometimes converted travel trailers, sometimes additions made, sometimes storage sheds, and I am not generally in the business of interfering with safe living conditions. If there are safety issues there, we would either bring the state in or deal with it to the extent we can, but I'm really not in the business of trying to undo stable living situations that don't create safety hazards.
I understand. Okay. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. I had just a couple things. In most of my little pink tabs are actually in the ordinance language itself. So my first question, though, is going to the the community development director. So what you're saying, Mr. Colon, is because I thought, well, the community development director is not going to do everything that's in here. They're going to designate a staff appointee to do a lot of these things. So what you're saying is because in our municipal code, the definition of the powers of the community development director to delegate covers just using the word community development director in here. Is that correct?
Exactly, Chair
Okay,
Wiscombe.
good. Okay, then that probably eliminates some of my pink tabs.
Title 2 that it includes descriptions of the functions and duties of each of the departments. So that's why that chief of building and zoning reference is buried in Title 2.
Right. Okay. Great. Okay. And then I'm in. Do you have our staff report? Oh, good. Okay. Because that would be much easier. So I'm on PC packet page number 33 of 98. Does he have it? Huh? Oh.
Chair Wiscombe, that's an updated packet, and I don't have a copy, nor does Mr.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's attachment 5, yes. It's attachment 5, it's the first page. Oh, it's not the first page, it's in attachment 5, sorry.
What was the page reference? I'm sorry.
It'll be page 40.
Okay.
I think. No, forget that. No, I don't need to.
There are some pages, numbers in the middle.
What? I'm looking at these. Yeah, he's got this now. Okay, on page 44 of 98. So I think we're still in 3185, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. There's a reference here, and when I was going through this, I had some difficulty because this is the first reference I saw to relocation specialist. But that isn't defined at the beginning of this. I think you have a definition section at the beginning of this, do you?
I
Maybe
believe
you don't.
I know you backwards.
I found it later.
I put definitions in the back because it's a lot easier to read. So the definitions begin at packet 68, packet page 68.
Page 68?
Correct.
Okay. And that's where I'm going to see the relocation specialist definition.
On page 71, actually, is the definition of relocation.
That's why I had, because the way this is ordered, I thought, well, what the heck is a relocation specialist?
I'm sorry, I should have pointed that out.
Okay.
It's a relatively recent habit I've gained, and I probably should abandon novelty in favor of tradition.
Okay, and then in that same paragraph where we talk about, it's the top paragraph where we talk about relocation specialists acceptable to the city. So what is your definition of the city? So is it the community development director? And the only reason I say that is because this sometimes creates problems when there's issues. And, well, so-and-so told me this, but, so I just wanted to get some specificity there, I guess.
Certainly the director would have authority to speak on behalf of the city. Honestly, we would address that in the application submittal requirements. I don't think it needs to be hard in the code.
Okay. Yeah, because in this, from everything I read, sometimes it says city approved, sometimes it says community development director, and I just don't, yeah.
If that imprecision was of concern, we could include language that said any place a duty is incumbent upon the city, it can be exercised or executed by the community development
Maybe
director.
That belongs in definitions.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking, that you actually define what the city is. So, because both terms are used, and then there's another one, but I think I understand now. You reference a lot of places. There's a hearing with the community development director. So what you're referring to there probably is staff hearing officer, or normally the community development director doesn't conduct hearings. So, yeah.
Chair Wiscombe, I almost certainly would advise the community development director to spare the staff hearing officer and retain an expert.
Okay.
It's worth it.
Okay, great. Okay, that was another one of my things. And then I think that's it, because I was adding the city and, yeah. So I think if you did the definition, so I have one more pink tab here, hold on. That was the other thing, was I was reading this and I got to advisory agency, and then I thought, well, what's an advisory agency? So it was another definition thing. So because I couldn't find, and then I went back to the definitions in that section.
Chair Wiscombe, Santa Barbara has done precious little subdivision work in recent years. The advisory agency is a term of art from the Subdivision Map Act. And typically it's the Planning Commission.
I found it finally, but it wasn't where I thought it would be, which was in the definitions of this section. So that's why I brought it up again. Okay, great.
I tried to apologize for the complexity at the start.
No, that's great. I think I can hold my comments, but I think it's pretty strongly worded, and it's great. Okay, so we'll take public comment now, and then after that it'll be back to the commission for deliberation. So I'm going to call your name, and then I'll call the one after that, and you all get 2 minutes to come up to the podium and speak. Just put the mic down too close to your mouth so we can all hear you. And there's a little timer up there, so you'll see when your 2 minutes is nearing the end. And we'll start with Carol Holm. And Carol Holm will be followed by Ann Anderson. Did you?
No, I was going to ask for a favor, Chair Wiscombe.
Yes.
If no one needs interpretive services, I'd like to save a little money.
Let him go home and have dinner? Is that right? Really? Boy, I think that's a very unreasonable request. Would anyone here like interpretive services? Do you want to? Enjoy your evening meal. Yes. You can watch us on TV if you want. Okay, so we'll start here. Sorry, Carol Holm, followed by Ann Anderson.
Hi, I'm Carol Holm. I live in Flamingo Mobile Home Park, and I've really severe back problems right now. So what I would like to do is cede my time to Sharon Rose right here, okay? I hate to not talk, but I just waited
Okay,
here long enough.
did she fill out a slip?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you fill out a slip, Sharon? Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
but
Here it
I
is.
just waited here long enough
Okay,
to
well, let's bring
cede
her
my
up
time.
because you want to come up and speak? And so do you want 4 minutes then?
Yes, please.
Okay, hold on.
She's Pat Williams. I may not need that, but.
Okay, well, I'm going to, if you're ceding your time and you're here, I'm going to take your slip out. So your name is? Got that one. And who else was going to cede their time?
The one who just left.
Oh, yeah. That's her slip. Okay, so you have 6 minutes, right? You did the math right? Okay.
Okay,
You
thank
are
you,
ready,
Chair.
set, go.
Thank you, Chair Wiscombe and Commissioners. My name is Sharon Rose. I'm Executive Director of the Mobile Homeowners Project, and that is a small nonprofit that provides advocacy services to residents of mobile home parks. And the reason I've been doing this for 12 years, the reason I started that organization was because I moved into a mobile home park and I began to realize some of the problems that I faced and other parks were facing. And I wanted to get my mind wrapped around it. For about 12 years, I've been working on various issues in this county, mostly in South County, that affect mobile home parks. It's a lot of rent increases. We've had threats of condo conversions. I worked on the conversion ordinance for the county with Ann Anderson, who's our local GSMOL leader. And I worked on the Goleta ordinance too. And the Santa Barbara ordinance is stronger than this one, I think, in some ways, especially the 25-mile.
Excuse me, are you talking about the county or?
The county, Santa Barbara County ordinance.
You're saying it's stronger than the city?
It's a little stronger than this in
Okay.
the sense of a few things where it has the 25-mile ordinance deal. And the reason we like that is because if someone has a newer home, they're really the only one that can get into a park with a space. Parks don't want older homes. So when you do find spaces, and there aren't that many, only the newer homes can get in. Well, because, you know, we're together as a community, so we care about our older homes and our newer homes, both. So we would really like to see a 25 or 20-mile radius. And what that means is then if you can't get in, you have to be bought out at fair market value, which we think is fair because we live in these communities, our families are here, our lives are here. Folks are retired, they have their doctors. This is a senior park we're talking about today, and it's very disruptive to people's lives to have to go far away like Santa Maria or some place that we don't have a relationship with. The Santa Barbara County ordinance has a 25-mile radius, and we'd like to see that here. This is the only sector of our affordable housing that is not subsidized by the government. We subsidize it. We pay for everything ourselves. And I always like to point out that there are two property owners. I know you have to be fair to everyone. That's your job. We're property owners because we own a home on someone else's land. So there's the landowner and there's the homeowner, and that makes it a complex area of real estate. So we're hoping that you will give consideration to the homeowners. Often collectively, we have a greater investment in a park than the landowner. I wanted to point out that one of the provisions in your and the ordinance that Mr. Cologne has rewritten has to do with the. There were a couple of things that one was the mitigation allowance for exception, and we really don't think there should be any exceptions for the landowner to be able to escape mitigation if they're asking for an application to redevelop a mobile home park. Does that make sense? And, you know, when we use the term mobile home park, we really mean manufactured home park because they're all manufactured homes. They're all factory built.
I'm going to just stop the clock for 1 minute here,
Okay.
and Mr. Cologne has something to say. I think.
It is in, I want to direct the commission to section Q of the Title 30 ordinance. I'm afraid I don't have the page number. It's entitled Request for Exemption from Relocation Assistance Payments.
Page 60? Page 60 of the, Commissioner Schwartz has, yeah, page 60. Okay, so we all have that page. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop you, but we have
That's okay.
We have 90.
That's
we have
good.
98 pages up here.
Right,
So
I know. I understand.
Okay. Go right ahead.
It's taken me 12 years and I still don't get it. Another thing I wanted to say in response to Mr. Higgins' idea of, he was asking why are there no new parks? And maybe one of the reasons is land values, especially in our region, because I have seen this type of community built up in the Sierras and different places, because it is economical to purchase these factory-built homes and create a community. It would work for low-income people. I think in our region it probably has more to do with land values and the return on the investment for the developers. There is a good return on these homes and these parks. We know it. They're a big name. Warren Buffett is involved in mobile home parks. So your big investors are buying up these parks, and frankly, that's what scares us, is because we're constantly being consumed by larger entities. So we need this kind of protection because we are at risk. I'm hoping there can be more of these kind of communities. Hopefully we can find more equitable ways of working out the financial agreements. The people in these parks are really at risk constantly, even when we have rent control, because the rent control ordinances, they allow pass-throughs of capital expenses. So sometimes we're, burdened with things we don't even want. Maybe we don't want a new community room, but we get it anyway because the owner wants it so he can upgrade the park and sell it. So these people are at risk of constant rent increases as well as the great threat of park closures, and that's one of the reasons we want this ordinance. Ultimately, in Santa Barbara here, we're hoping to get to be zoned as mobile home parks, get specific mobile home park zoning for these parks down the road, and we want to have no more of these overlays that can be sort of an incentive to developers. I work in affordable housing. I understand the need to make it easier to develop affordable apartments. But for these little communities, we'd like to see them remain intact and affordable, especially since they're already housing families that have been there sometimes for 2 or 3 generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Okay, Ann Anderson will be followed by Ardell Hill.
Good afternoon, Chair Whitcomb and
excuse me one sec.
commissioners.
What?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Are you Ardell Hill? And who do you want to give it to? Okay, well,
You guys should talk. Give it to
Pardon?
one of your neighbors.
well, did you give your time to someone? She wanted to give it to Jim Farnett. Have you filled out a slip? Yes. I got it. Okay. We got that straight. Good. Now, I got to just go back here. It's a lot of horse trading going on out there. I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry for the interruption. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair Whitcomb and Commissioners. My name is Ann Anderson, and I represent the Golden State Manufactured Home Owners League, which is GSMOL, as Attorney Kahlon mentioned. And I've been working with a lot of the folks here in town, in Santa Barbara Mobile Home Parks, on this ordinance over the years. And I have seen it grow into something that looks like it's going to be really good. I wanted to say how much I appreciate and how much I know GSMOL appreciates the care that you have for considering the people who live in mobile home parks, who are among our most vulnerable citizens. I did want to say that I do hope that you will decide on the 25-mile limit for one reason, that is the little communities around us, which would be Goleta and Carpinteria, actually have lower rents, as do the communities such as the one I live in, which is actually out in the unincorporated area. We actually have lower rents because we all have rent control ordinances that include vacancy control. So ironically, some of the folks that live in, say, the Flamingo Mobile Home Park, which are some of the people you see back there, are paying rents that could be 2 or 3 times what we are paying due to the fact that they no longer have a vacancy control. And that means that if somebody sells their home, the park owner can raise the rent to whatever he wants. It's as if the ordinance isn't even there for them. So within the range of the 25 miles, these people can probably move to a park that has lower rent because of the rent control that's in effect in those cities, which they all have vacancy control. So I just wanted to say that I totally support the efforts of this ordinance, but I would ask that the 25-mile radius be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, Jim Farnett, you want to come up for your 4 minutes?
I wanted to refer to Title 30.
Okay, you have to come up and speak to the mic
the one
because
you just looked up, Title 30, 185-290, Section Q. I think that there was just people just went over to that. I would just want to call specifically attention to this, again, appeal for the possibility of an appeal for exemption from relocation assistance, which seems that it shouldn't even be on the board. If the reason being loss of economic feasibility, and if the project loses economic feasibility, and the project should be abandoned, it shouldn't be buoyed up by removal of relocation benefits. And speaking of relocation, I echo Commissioner Schwartz's concerns over language, and have been all along, calling attention to terms like mitigation, which may be a euphemism for which might be ease, or other terms, and it seems that it should just simply be compensation. And this gets us to the question of relocation. Is that an appropriate language? When people can't be relocated, when relocations are as imaginary as the square root of -1, there's nowhere to go. So why use this arbitrary standard of relocation as some way of measuring the cost? It's antiquated. It was used at a time when, pardon my Latin, all other things being equal, that was a day, but that day's gone. So there are pressing concerns about the use of the concept relocation, certainly in the case of seniors. because their social networks, health networks are so important that beyond a certain point, all of that's lost. And so it becomes an imaginary, again, concept. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can't read the first name. Barros? Someone Barros? What's your first name? Chris. Oh, wow. Okay.
Did I have somebody else's minutes too, or did that get confused?
Who would it be?
Well, I thought it was Ardell's, but that's okay.
No.
It's okay. Not necessary. My name's Chris Barros. I live at the Flamingo Mobile Home Park. My family first moved there in 1965 when it was a family park. And I moved back home 12 years ago, 13 years ago. And since our mobile home park recently sold, it's been a family park since before I moved there in 65. We've had a lot of anxiety around losing our homes. And I want to thank greatly Mr. Kalan and his staff who've put together this wonderful piece of legislation. I ask that you move it through. I also am of the mind that the 25-mile radius would be better. We're all seniors there, many disabled. And the thought of moving 30 miles to Ventura or Oxnard, it would be so upsetting to so many people there. Not many things would be worse. And so many studies have been done with seniors that have to be relocated and, they just die sooner than later. So that's my request that you just move this along to city, I think. I have a question. Is the next step city council and then that's it? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Sharon Nielsen? Here? Sharon Nielsen? No? Okay, well, I'll put her slip aside in case she comes back. Glenita Uriate? How about Rosalba Godova?
Hi, my name is Rosalba Cordova, and I live at 1200 Punta Gorda. And this is a Santa Barbara, I'm a real estate agent. This is a Santa Barbara Green Park Association. So basically, it's owned by people. It's really annoying what they do to people. I really care for these people. I just went to some frustration, anxiety, and everything. And I'm sorry. This park is in common, and we pay market value. We don't have low income. Somebody's putting money on their pockets. Who's those people? I don't know. What else can I say? This for people will be very harmful because there are families, there are seniors, and for families, especially when they have kids, for them to drive from Ventura or some other place, it will be very hard for seniors. These changes that you are doing is like for seniors. People, they make so hard for seniors, and I really have respect for seniors, and this make it really hard for them, especially these changes. And what else? I don't know why they wanna to displace everybody from there, because what are you gonna do without these families? It's 45 mobile homes, manufactured homes, and I know they are violating the constitution of these people because they own the land. Well, not necessarily, but they own a share of that land because this is a divided parcel. Every single space has a number for the parcel. So basically, they own the land there. So I think this is a violation of the Constitution for people and a violation of people's rights right there.
You understand that this proposed ordinance actually gives mobile homeowners who live in these parks a lot more protections, including seniors, from things like displacement. That's the purpose of our being here today, is to actually add a lot of protections for seniors and others that live in the parks to if they are displaced, they have.
Yeah, I understand that part without respect, but what about if they move us somewhere else? The driving is horrible, the traffic.
Yeah, I see your point. So
Yeah,
I think what you're saying, and your time is up, but I think what you're saying is that you'd like to see the 25-mile radius also, as close as possible. If you need to be relocated, you want to be as close as possible.
Yeah, and there is no parking spaces in the parks, and I know that because I'm a real estate agent. There are no spaces.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments. Okay, we have, did Sharon Nielsen come back? No. Okay, Anna Marie Gott, you have 6 minutes.
I think it's been like, 3 or 4 years that they've been coming up here about this issue, and I really wish it would have been decided 2 years ago. But unfortunately, the wheels just do not turn very quickly at the city. In the meantime, one of the parks, or both of them, have been sold, and Tropicana actually has had a number of people that have left the park, and the understanding from some of the residents is that it's going to be turned into an RV park, which means that people on the weekend will come and stay. And so when you're considering all of this, one of the things to keep in mind, if at all possible, is that we want to make sure that the park is for long-term residents, not transients that are going to be here for a few days or maybe a few weeks and then leave. Because this is our lowest cost housing that we've got in Santa Barbara, and we have to do everything that we can to protect it and the residents that are actually living in there. Regarding the radius, 25 miles or under is best, but you also have to consider that this isn't just about where the house is, but it's about where your family is. Because in many cases, your family may be a few blocks or a few miles away, and they won't be able to take care of you if you are 25 miles away. Is the entire family going to have to move? So I think that really needs to be looked at, because if you have a senior that is dependent upon their family, that is an issue. With regards to the actual document itself, it doesn't say anything about the documents having to have a notice that is actually a required receipt. So if someone is going to provide notice, how are we making sure that a notice is not only in English or Spanish for whoever it is applicable for, but that there is a requirement that we get that person's signature that they received it? Because we know that things happen and people don't get noticed. The other thing regarding all of this is that when you're looking at the surveys that are supposed to be done, and I really would like to make sure that maybe someone like the Housing Authority, a third party, actually does a survey where we know that they can actually be unbiased. Because if you were doing a survey, there's a lot of ways to rig one. You could get everyone together and you could have a meeting and you could propose, you know what, we'll go ahead and we'll have a condo conversion and you can buy the property or whatever. And it can be at this value. But then by the time you go through the application, that value is quadrupled, which means it's unaffordable. So there's a lot of ways to bait and switch things. And I would like to see that if there is some agreement so that 50% of the people want to do this or more, that there is actually a dollar amount tied to that, and that it's not going to go up, or it's going to go up a very small amount. Because people could be very much willing to go ahead and move forward, but if they're agreeing to something where the number is made up or the number can be revoked, I think that's a problem. If you look at page, sorry, hold on just a second.
I'll stop this while you look at it.
It's actually, it's page 8. There's a lot of things like must demonstrate, and that's number 2 at the bottom, must demonstrate that the homeowners association gave its informed consent. You know, that goes back to the whole idea of who's actually doing the survey and how can you trust that? You know, I think there needs to be checks and balances, and if you can make sure that there are checks and balances, that it is overly protected and weighted toward the residents in the park, I think that this is wonderful, because they need as many protections as possible. It's about dotting the I's and crossing the T's and making sure that something else doesn't slip through, because there are ways that things can get rigged very easily. And I just want to make sure that when this ordinance gets passed, and it should, and if you guys are going to make changes, please make the changes and bring it back next month, because this needs to get just done and passed on to City Council so they can go ahead and pass it. But dot the I's and cross the T's with regards to that, because again, you really do need a third party that you can trust, and I think we can trust the Santa Barbara Housing Authority to do that. They have the people, they have the relationship. You know that they're not going to be biased one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we don't have any other speaker slips. We did get, I think we got some written public comment. I don't know what I did with it, but which will be noted in the record. So with that, I'm closing public comment, and it's back to the commission. Thank you. We'll start with Commissioner Campanella.
Thank you. Just Mr. Colon, just to confirm one thing, the valuations that are done for the assistance for the owners of the residences or the renters of the residence, is any of this based upon the value that's going to be generated in the conversion of the park, or is it strictly a study done objectively on what type of compensation and relocation is really needed for the residents themselves?
Chair Wescombe, Commissioner Campanella, the latter. And if I might very quickly while the mic's open, proof of service or evidence of notice of delivery is required on page 45.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Campanella. Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you. Mr. Colon, I don't know if you have any comments about, this is in response to a member of the public asking about the concept and the practice of relocation payment. I've been thinking about this prior to today with our housing inventory shortage just in the city. When I think of our own existing tenant relocation, I think that's, what was our ordinance called? Tenant relocation, tenant displacement ordinance. And relocation is predicated on an assumption that there's inventory available to relocate to. So I don't know about this concept now. I mean, is it antiquated? Should we kind of be shifting the paradigm to say, we just, there's a payout, there's a payment, and wherever the tenant, mobile home park owner can find or chooses to relocate to, it's really just, that's the mitigation, isn't it? That's the offset of being displaced, in a sense, if displacement is legal.
So, Chair Wiscombe.
Did I follow that line of question from a member of the public?
I heard the same thing. So,
Okay.
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Schwartz, number one, no doubt that words like relocation and displacement carry a connotation. I mean, the first thing that pops to my mind is the internment in the Second World War. So those are terrible words. We are stuck with them out of state law, both case law and the MAP
Okay.
Act. So all we can do is apologize for those terms.
Okay. Then my next question to you is page 49 of 98 in our packet, and I'll just read this because I don't know that you have the pagination there. This is under, let me see what it is, under M, public hearing. And number 3, I don't know if I didn't skipped over this before, resident notice, but here's what I want to ask you. Prior to the approval of a conversion permit, the community development director shall hold a public hearing. Is that what will happen? So that members of both that property and any others can come and question, challenge, express.
That's the same question I asked, that the community
Yeah,
development
that's what I
director was
thought
holding
that-
a public
that,
hearing.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yeah.
Well,
That's correct, yes.
there will be a public hearing.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I was not clear about that. Okay, very good. And then, let's see, do I have one more
Hold on.
question here? Then, now on page 51 of 98, and this has to do with the miles, the 35 miles or some other number. Do you have any comments, Mr. Kahlon, in terms of recommendation? We've heard from the public today that we reflect the county's standard of 25 miles for the reasons that the public expressed.
Chair Wiscombe, Commissioner Schwartz, that was the council's direction.
You mean the 35?
The council's direction was to be comparable to the county's ordinance. The ordinance committee, when it settled on 35, was struggling with how to figure that metric out, so I'm sure they would appreciate your advice.
Okay. Are we going into comments or not yet? I'll just finish my question.
I think most of us have asked all our questions, so
All
I think
right.
we could move on. I might have a couple. but-
I have one more question. Okay, I'll convert that to a comment a little bit. Then lastly, my other question is on page 60 of 98, this request for an exemption. And in listening to some members of the public, I'm wondering about the wisdom of granting an exemption and what would qualify as an appropriate one. And should we just say no exemptions? And what do you think to that? What do you think about that?
I'm handicapped on pagination, but I know that section includes a reference to economic viability or feasibility, and it is very similar. Thank you, Chair Wiscombe. It is very similar to the escape valve language you saw in the coastal zone recently involving the Cesar Chavez property. It is a wise provision to have, even if you never use it, because it requires the property owner to go through our administrative process before he or she can go to court to sue the city for taking their property. So we want that there. Thank you very, very much.
For one of the following reasons. I think this is would eliminate.
Yeah, it's the exemption. Yeah, I'm familiar. Yes, that exemption language, the very first language, very first requirement is that an applicant can request an exemption when the relocation assistance would eliminate all reasonable economic use of the property. So we need a safety valve if the relocation assistance is 10 times what the property is worth. You're not going to force the applicant to pay that. You may not let them convert, but you're not going to force them to pay that. So This is a necessary safety valve that I hope we never use.
All right. Thank you. Those are my remaining questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. Mr. Cologne, follow up to Commissioner Schwartz's question, your answer. So 35 miles was what the ordinance committee came up with, but we heard, I think pretty unanimously from all those closest to the issue that they would prefer 25 miles. I would rather listen to the people who know what the heck they're talking about rather than the ordinance committee, but unless we're going to do something illegal. So what's your take on that? If we change it to 25, are we doing something that you're going to tell us we can't do?
No, I'm not, Commissioner Thompson. The ordinance committee was influenced by the analysis I gave them about the number of spaces. I will confess that I try and avoid lawsuits. That's not your job, that's my job. So if 25 miles is preferable, I think I can defend it.
Well, I think it sounds like we're working two different issues of the mileage question. One is if you go to 35 miles, which I think what you were doing, it sounds like, was you pick up more available spaces. But the people that are most affected are more concerned about being forced into a position to move further away from their friends and family and current location. And so I would rather go with what the people that are most affected would like to see. And so when it comes time for us to move forward on this, I would move to amend the ordinance, all notices in there of 35 miles to change it to 25 miles.
Would you like to make a motion on the entire package? Since you've made
well,
that
I think
motion?
we've got some folks that wanted to still make some more comments, but at the appropriate time, I would.
Okay. Commissioner Lodge?
Oh, well, I was just going to suggest what you did. I'd be willing to make a motion at this point.
Okay. I think we're to that point. Yes, thank you.
The Planning Commission finds that oh, I'm sorry.
Chair Wiscombe and commissioners, Commissioner Thompson reminded me that you heard very competent evidence tonight from Ms. Thompson that, I'm being stupid, Anderson, that in fact the closer parks are less expensive. That's very substantial evidence that would justify a smaller radius.
Yeah, I think the only thing that we need to keep in mind is that it's 35 in the county. So that, no, it's 35. Oh, it's 25 in the county, but 25 in the county and 35 in the city are, it's how close are those two radii to one another?
The starting point is based on where the park is, correct?
Yeah, okay. Okay, great. I'm sorry, now I've rudely interrupted Commissioner Lodge in her motion, so go for it, Commissioner Lodge.
Well, I move that the Planning Commission make the finding that the proposed zoning ordinance amendment is consistent with the general plan because it implements policies of the housing element related to preservation of non-subsidized affordable rental housing, but that the provision for the distance within which relocation can occur be changed to 25 miles.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Thompson, when you first started your radius discussion, you talked about or nearest available.
Well, I think we got enough testimony that that's not what the people that are closest to the issue would like to see. So
Okay.
I don't think we should pursue that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Yes, Commissioner Campanella.
Yeah, just a question to make sure we got it covered. There are instances where we talk about compensation for other type of housing. So you might have a renter who doesn't want to go to a mobile home park, let's say. They're not restricted to this 25-mile rule. If you're picking some other form of residence or housing, there's no restriction on that renter at all. They just can take some type of equitable assistance, no matter if they want to move out of the city, state, country, some type of reasonable amount. I just want to make sure we're not, by coming up with this radius, we're not restricting somebody's.
I haven't memorized it. That's why I'm digging for the ordinance again. My apologies.
I just saw or other housing as an expression, so that's all I saw. It said or other housing. So does that restrict them, or just can be anything that's more flexibility on the part of one who's not going to a park?
So the operative language is on page 54, and it refers to moving to a comparable park or housing within 35 miles. So that would be within 25 miles, park or housing. So that doesn't restrict them to a mobile home park.
Okay. So, but what it's doing, though, is put a cap on the compensation that the converter would have to pay to a reasonable amount, even if somebody took other housing, that you would have to pay for them to relocate out of state or something like that.
To an amount that's reasonably related to the actual expense that would be borne.
Within 25 miles. Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schwartz.
Just a point of clarification, and then I'd like to comment. So, Mr. Kahlon, then, throughout all of these documents, any reference to 35 miles with the passage of our motion would be changed to 25. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then my comment on the motion, I will be supporting the motion, is, you know, I typically, as those who know me, I balance private property rights with community well-being and community good. To me, that's my job. In this case, I have a particular sensitivity about displacement of seniors and families, and I'm particularly sensitive to that these days. I'm not going to support any policy that will break up families, that will be a burden to families staying together, being close to each other, and certainly for seniors being cared for and having support nearby. To me, that is critical, and that's, I think, a moral responsibility we have as a community. So I wanted to express myself fully to let you know that it's not just a policy, it's not just an intellectual policy exercise for me. I think we have a community and moral responsibility, and I hope you feel we're doing that today. I feel we are, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. I just want to, Mr. Kahlon, are we getting the definition of the city in here too that I asked about earlier? That you used the city and you used community development director, but there's a lot of references to the city. And were you going to put that in definitions as to exactly what that means?
Chair Wiscombe, that sounds like a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I assume the maker of the motion and the seconder would
That's
agree to
fine.
that.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I agree with Commissioner Schwartz. I think I'm very excited about this ordinance. I think it's long overdue protections for those that live in these parks and also our seniors. And it's just great, and I'd like to commend you and your staff and the outside consultants who worked on this, because I think it's really very solid. And we don't normally clap, but that's okay. You can clap for this one. It's
We got applause on the last item, too.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what we're doing right up here today. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and the motion's acceptable. Is that correct? As stated? Okay. So all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No? Okay, it carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming and speaking and sharing your thoughts with us. We really appreciate it. No. Okay, that closes that item. And we're moving on to item number 4, which is our administrative agenda. 4A1 is staff hearing officer liaison report. Nothing? Commissioner Higgins? Oh, that's right. It's Commissioner Jordan. Okay. So do we have other committee and liaison reports? Yes. Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Due to the hour, I'm going to be very brief regarding two working groups. First, on the new Olive Mill Coast Village Road Roundabout Working Group, Commissioner Thompson and I are the two liaison from Planning Commission, and I'll ask Commissioner Thompson to jump in if he would like, but it's a very effective, diverse working group of our city, Montecito Planning Commission, Montecito Board of Architectural Review, and the county. We are going to have our third and probably final meeting as a working group very soon, and then it will go to the respective design review boards. So I think the public will see the final draft product shortly, design of the roundabout, and that's moving ahead. Then on a separate working group where Commissioner Campanella and I serve, and that is the residential multi-unit objective design standards. We have 6 members of the appointees, 2 from Planning Commission, 2 from ABR, and 2 from HLC working with staff. We have had 3 meetings, if I'm recalling correctly. We're going to continue on. We're working at a very fast pace to be able to be effective in drawing up new objective design standards, which will ultimately need to be enacted by the City Council, anticipated for early next year. And this is both in compliance with Senate Bill 35 and the amended Housing Accountability Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schwartz. Commissioner Thompson.
Well, I would add that regarding the Olive Mill Working Group, even though we have representatives from the city and the county meeting to come up with a plan, the big gorilla in the room is Caltrans, and they're not coming to any of the meetings. So there's always a potential when we're dealing with state agencies that don't participate in our hearings that there may be some surprises down the road. I hope not, but that's always the potential.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Oh, yes, I do. I go first, really? I just wanted to remind anyone that's watching that we have the local coastal program update, which has been certified by the California Coastal Commission, coming to the Planning Commission on June 20th. And then on to City Council on July 16th. So if anyone's interested in that, it will be the final processes for certification of our local coastal program update, which has been about a 5+ year effort to get to this point. So Commissioner Campanella, last but not least.
Try this. Just a little reminder. Today is anniversary of D-Day. Just to remember. And 25 years ago, my wife and I had visited the Normandy for the 50th anniversary. And one of the two things are very memorable to me. But I also, if anyone has a chance to go over, it's really quite an experience to see some of the exhibits, but also Omaha Beach, if you stop there to see what 200 yards of no cover and concealment look like for these poor 19-year-olds that had to hit the beach. And so I would recommend that we think about them, visit not just the cemetery, but also some of the places that they walked and they had to do battle. 50 years ago, 25 years ago, there was a concern that the veterans were probably too old to be walking around to all these festivities, but people remembered they were only 19 years old at the time. They were probably first time they landed, didn't have the experience. And I remember we were in a tavern, the Black Watch, bagpipes, that famous battalion were in there, and the only real problem that occurred during the festivities is the taverns kept running out of beer. because they were still in their late 60s. But aside, if you ever get there, visit. But let's keep them in mind, not only D-Day, but the other troops that have sacrificed themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Commissioner Campanella. That was quite moving. Okay, I think we are done, and with that, the commission is adjourned, and thank you to everybody.